What is up, Brainiacs? Welcome to a new episode of Speaker Brains. And it's a podcast I've been trying to do forever, but I'm one of the only major KMFDM fans here in town. Our regulars, Zach and Josh. Josh is a fan, but I want to go deep into this band, and Josh is a good guy, but he's surface level, which no problem there, but I have a friend that I met on Instagram and Facebook, Nikky, how do you say your last name?
What's that?
How do you say your last name?
Oh, no, just go with Virus.
Okay, so we're just going with Nikky Virus. Nikky Virus, right on. So, Nikky Virus is a musician. Tell us what kind of music you like to make.
I dab into a little bit of everything: electronic, industrial, techno, house, just, into a little bit of everything, like I said.
Right on, right on.
Kind of difficult for me to stick with one genre.
Exactly.
It sounds so interesting, so you just want to give it a try.
Yeah, totally. I'm the same way, because why try to hold yourself or limit yourself to anything you can do? But yeah, I'm a major fan of electronic music, and I really like the stuff you make. I hear on your SoundCloud. It's really cool.
Thank you.
Really cool stuff. So, Nikky, this is your first time on the podcast.
Yeah.
Nikky is a major fan of KMFDM, and I assume industrial music all around, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, tell us how you first got into KMFDM, how you first heard them, any kind of memories like that.
Have so many. I guess the first time I've heard of KMFDM was when I was a kid, and I saw the first Mortal Kombat movie, the fight scene with Sonya and Kano, and they're playing Juke Joint Jezebel.
Yes!
Totally unaware of who the band was until I was I was in high school. That was like 2009 or 2010, and I just came across them, and I was like, "This sounds so cool. I'm gonna check out their other stuff." And then I find Joint Jezebel. I'm just like, I know that song, and it's just like getting reconnected again.
Awesome.
It's like reconnecting with an old friend, but never knowing that you're actually going to be like friends with them.
Right, for real. That's an amazing story, because...
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
The first KMFDM album that I actually got into was Symbols, and Anarchy was the first song that I heard by them, and then hearing Juke Joint Jezebel again later on.
So that's cool as hell. When I always like it when I know a song but I can never remember who it's by, and then I start buying that artist's stuff and then run across that song and I'm like, whoa, this is the guys that did that. That is cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's happened to me on a number of occasions. Like, one to really bring up would be Bloodhound Gang. But I love your story because mine is about the same.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was a kid. I was 9 years old when the Mortal Kombat movie came out. And that movie introduced me into industrial music, electronica music, and at that age I had been listening to a lot of what my parents listened to, which was like mostly the grunge stuff and some Primus and Gwar and Ween. But this was the first time my parents, they didn't care about electronic music. So this was the first time I was introduced into that, and I was like, wow, this is some cool sounding stuff. How do you make this? But the Sonya Blade and the Kano fight was always one of my favorite tracks. And the another one would be like Tracy Lord's Control during the Reptile and Liu Kang.
Yeah.
And
I love that song.
yeah, it's so awesome. And so a couple years go by, and I got the cassette tape a buddy of mine had given to me, and I played it out, and that's when I had first heard found out who they were as far as the group name. And so once pretty much when I got out on my own and I was able to like afford buying my own shit, I was starting to pick up all the KMFDM, and I went chronologically at that point. And so we're here now. This is where we are.
Yeah.
So the discography, what we're going to do, people, Brainiacs, here's what we're going to do. This is a long discography, and if you guys have watched or listened to John and I talk about Frank Zappa, artists who have massive discographies gotta be broke down into at least 2 parts. And as of right now, official studio albums, we have 20. And that's not counting the remix albums, the live albums, the EPs like Scold vs. KMFDM and the Pig one, and that's not even counting the big demos box set that they put out. And so still, that's 20 albums. They're about to have 21. And so I'm really doing this because I've wanted to do this for a while. I know Nikki wants to do it. But also, KMFDM have a new album, Paradise, coming out next month. Are you totally hyped for that?
Well, I'm so hyped for it.
Yeah. Like, they never really let me down at all, ever.
Yeah, me either. And I'm really excited about this one because they're bringing previous KMFDM members into this album, like Raymond Watts.
Raymond Watts.
What's her name? Kristen Stewart.
Yeah, which album was she on, man? Because they had such a revolving door of musicians before the breakup, definitely. And I kind of forget sometimes who's on what album. And so which ones was she on? If you can think of it off the top of your head.
I don't know. I feel it's either Angst or Extort.
Oh, wow. Wow, so that's like going into the straight up classic.
Yeah, back in the 90s.
The classic stuff. So, how do you want to do this? Do you want to talk about the demos thing?
The demos?
Yeah, because you had brought up the little, 84, 80, whatever demos?
Oh yeah, I think 1984 to 1986 demos.
Yeah. Is that good? Because it runs expensive now, and I had no idea it came out when it came out, so I totally missed out.
I didn't know about it until I think I saw a picture of it on the internet.
Yeah.
Or I think I heard it on another website called Groove Shark.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that website is still up or not, because I think the founding member passed away or something.
Mm.
And I heard some songs that I never heard before by KMFDM, and so I thought I'd look it up on Wikipedia or something, and it turns out it's just like a classic demo album, you know, back when they were starting.
Yeah. So
it has like early mixes from that'll sound recognizable. Like you can tell, okay, this one is actually this song, this one is that song. And
I like that. I like that a lot because it's like, wow, this is the origin of some of these pieces. That is awesome. So, we began with that one. I sadly don't have anything to add because I haven't heard anything off of it. But what would you like rate that as far as like demos go? Do they sound like demos, or do they have a decent sound to them?
so a little bit of both.
Yeah.
To me, I thought it was just like straight up demos, but then they kind of sound pretty good for demos.
Awesome. Right on.
Normally when you hear demos, they just sound like shit. So
Yeah, most of the time. Most of the time. So, I guess let's dive into the discography proper. And this is a bit controversial with 1984's Opium, because I mean, I love the album, but the only one we can buy is he like had to re-record everything, and he tried to make it sound like the old stuff or the original, because I guess he lost them all in a fire.
Yeah.
And so it's weird when you listen to Opium now, and it has a more modern sound to it, but has that classic KMFDM sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I love the hell out of this. I mean, I've never heard the original, but I love the hell out of the one we can buy today, because it's like the best of both worlds to me.
Yeah. Hearing Opium makes me wonder what the originals sound like. Every time I listen to Opium, it makes me wonder what it actually sounded like before recreating them.
I know, right? On the original cassettes, and then you gotta think, this was made during the infancy of industrial music, and I love the sort of primitive industrial sound from the 80s and a little bit into the early 90s, when it sounded like weird goth club beats. And so I'm really like, man, we're missing out on a piece of history here, but at least he has the heart to try to recreate it. But what are some of your favorite tracks on here?
I love the whole album, but let's see. I think the songs I find myself listening to the most are, I think it's Convoy.
Yeah, Convoy.
Helmut, and Fix Me Up.
Yeah, those are great. Those are great, and I too love the whole album. And the ones that I run to a lot are like Fix Me Up, Splatter, the Helmut, Mein Helmut, and Warped. I love Warped.
Yeah, Warped's really cool.
Yeah, and it's so hard to pick a favorite, especially with like KMFDM, because I can listen to all the albums all the way through and not want to skip a track. They're just one of those rare bands that I'm like down for everything they do.
Yeah.
So,
Warped, it kind of sounds like a track that be playing like in a background of like a, I don't know, I want to say like a heist or something.
Yeah.
That's what kind of comes to mind when I hear that.
Definitely. I can get down to that. And sadly is, once I had like completed the main studio albums with KMFDM, it took me a long time before I finally picked up Opium, and I finally got Opium like last August, and I'm like, man, why did I wait so long to jump on this? And so, but you know, things get in the way.
Yeah.
But what would you rate Opium out of like a scale of 1 to 10? What would you give it?
I want to say like a 7.
All right, sweet, good, above average, and like a 7 totally works for me too. So now we get into probably what everyone considers to be, or at least most people would consider to be, the real first KMFDM album, because this one starts a lot of the tropes that become part of the KMFDM conceptual continuity, starting with the artwork by Brute. Brute does do this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Brute is one. I love artists who always kind of keep the same people around. Like if a director uses the same actors in movies, stuff like that. And I just love how KMFDM always try to keep their albums sort of, not, I want to say, I guess seamless, like very connected, and they use the same guy for at least most of the albums, Brute doing the artwork, and they always kind of keep the same font and just the running themes, and I like that kind of stuff. So this is...
I like that. I like that KMFDM doesn't change anything with their album artwork. They just keep everything the same, so that way fans, when they see it, they just automatically recognize it, and they say that's a KMFDM album.
Yeah.
Unlike other bands, they try different album covers, and people don't even know what band that is, so until they listen to it.
Seriously, because like anybody can be walking around with a KMFDM shirt, and other KMFDM fans are going to pop out of the woodwork because they're like, oh crap, that kid's got a KMFDM shirt. Because sometimes, alright, you might have to have a Nine Inch Nails shirt that has Nin written on the front for people to be like, oh, this guy likes Nin. But KMFDM, you could have a little, any kind of thing. You don't even need their name on the shirt.
Yeah.
Just a picture of some Brute artwork, and people will instantly be like, oh man, you're like my buddy now. So this is 1986's. This was my birth year right here, just several months after my birth year. So this album is about as old as me. And so this is What Do You Know, Deutschland. And I gotta say, I love the hell out of this, but there's a couple things here. Like I mentioned that this really starts a lot of those KMFDM tropes, but man, could some of the lyrics be better. Like, what do you think? Give me some thoughts on What Do You Know, Deutschland.
I just feel it sounds pretty 80s to me. It just has 80s written all over it. I mean, you got Kennedy samples and drum machines, and just some German lyrics, and it's got like a lot of stuff that just gives you that 80s feel, and you just can automatically tell that it came out in the 80s.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, definitely. And especially if you're familiar with what industrial music sounded like in mid 80s, you're like, this right here, I'm in heaven. Because, like I said, I'm a major fan of that 80s industrial sound where the technology is just good enough to make something raw and crazy and wild next to everything else that was happening at the time. And sadly, as technology got better, it's like we just completely lost this type of sound, and I miss it so much. Early Thrill Kill Cult, it's even like Ministry from Land of Rape and Honey era, and Twitch. And what I love is in around '89 is when Ministry started to add more heavy metal. But when Nine Inch Nails throws down Pretty Hate Machine in 1989, boom, it still sounds like 80s industrial music.
Yeah.
It's like he had to get one out before he went on to the heavier stuff. I love it. But what I mean about the lyrics could be better. Which song has you talk about day, I talk about nighttime. I'm like, that is so bad. But man, does it not kick ass. Like, it's so awesome, but I just laugh whenever I hear those lyrics.
I wonder who wrote that.
I mean, really, I'm like, this can't be Sasha who wrote this. No, but I mean, it could be. This was a different time, you know. This was right before KMFDM really found their legs and their sound. Like, but I mean, like, this really feels more like a club album than a standard KMFDM release.
Yeah, on the I think our MP3 release, there's a dance version of Itchy Bitchy right before the unrestrained use of excessive force.
Oh yeah?
Just such random placement.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm wondering, is that on the remaster version? Because I have the remaster version and the original wax tracks, but I could be wrong.
I guess it's on both, because I have the wax tracks, and then I have like the MP3. I guess it's on both. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the CD in a while.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you're right. It is on the wax track. It says it right here on the Wikipedia. So, another lyric, the song Zip. That one is like, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know. It don't get your zip.
I don't understand that either. Like,
In the zip of your pants. I mean, like, what are you?
Must have been like an inside joke or something they had with each other.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, obviously it's about getting your junk caught in a zipper. But I mean, it's such a funny thing. Especially if you were somebody like us, it was a bit weird for me because, you know, when I first started hearing KMFDM, I was downloading a few songs before I bought any of the albums. So most of the stuff I downloaded was the more mid to late 90s stuff. So I was more used to a heavier guitar sound and more lyrics that are sort of opposing the government and all about like free thought and stuff. And so I get to Zip and I'm like, what are you doing?
It's just Like, what?
Yeah, it's hilarious, but I really dig this album, mostly because of the beats. Like, the beats really get me down on this one. I'm right on. But do you have any more thoughts, or any more things to say about What Do You Know, Deutschland?
Let me see. What do you know, Deutschland? Nothing really.
So what would you rate this one? Is this one you go to all the time? Is this like your go-to KMFDM album?
A year ago it was.
Oh yeah, right on.
Yeah. I was always listening to Me I Funk or Sieg Sieg because I really like that track. That track's really cool.
Yeah, Sieg Sieg is pretty badass. And Me I Funk, man, dude, it's a really good album. It really is. I might sound like I'm being mean on it, but like that's just really two songs where I'm like, the lyrics kind of dumb, but man, the beats are awesome.
Yeah. And then when I saw Pig for the first time,
right on
the Pray and Obey tour, and when they did Kickin' Ass live, I felt like, you know, you kind of get that feeling like after you hear it played live, you have a different feeling of it.
Yeah, because you'll never hear it that way again.
Yeah.
So you got to go ahead.
And I think, you know, certain KMFDM songs sound better when they're played live than pre-recorded or you know, like
the studio track.
Yeah, as a studio track.
Right on. Sadly, I don't have any of the live KMFDM stuff either. Like, I'm not the biggest live album kind of guy, but there are some bands where I'm like, I gotta have a live album, and now I'm like, I'm running out of KMFDM to buy, so I'm like, alright, let me get the remixes, let me buy the singles, you know. So, I'm gonna have to jump on their live albums. But, man, but you mentioned Kickin' Ass. That's one other thing that I do like about KMFDM is they keep this continuity where they will repeat song lyrics in later songs, and Kickin' Ass definitely comes back up later on. But I like the way he sings on this one, where it's like, I'm a man who's sick, but I got class, 'cause you only get respect when you're kicking ass. I'm like, dude, you're real breathy on this, but I'll allow it. But yeah, what would you rate this album? Out of 1 to 10, what you got?
I'm gonna go with 5.
Wow, completely in the middle, which isn't bad. Huh? Say that again?
Just like right there in the middle, like you can either hate it or love it, and you kind of have mixed feelings about it.
Definitely.
Depending on the day, you know.
Definitely. Because for me, it's not one I turn on all the time, but if I'm in a mood for that sort of primitive industrial sound, it is definitely one I go to. But I don't go to it as much as I do the ones after this. To me, they sort of continue to get better and better from here on out. And so, yeah, I might go with a 5 as well, because I can understand a lot of people probably aren't the biggest fans of that early 80s industrial sound, because it is a little hard to get into. It is a little more abrasive, and but I like it. But to me, it's not their best as far as that early stuff goes. But yeah, a 5 definitely works for me too. Because at this time, I hate to say it, I kind of like the Ministry stuff better and the Thrill Kill Cult stuff better than this album. But eventually, you know, that all starts to change.
Yeah.
So, Next is 1988's Don't You Blow Your Top. Give me some thoughts, Nikky.
Don't blow your top. I have that on vinyl.
Oh, you do? That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was like the first KMFDM vinyl I purchased.
That is awesome. Does it sound great?
It sounds really good on vinyl.
Sweet.
I put it on from time to time because I really like their track "Don't Blow Your Top."
Mm-hmm.
And a song that I always find myself going to is "Disgust."
Yeah.
I just really like the beat in that. And Raymond's, I think it's Raymond, his vocals on that song.
Let me see.
And I also love the other songs on that album too, like "Oh Look." It's
Oh yeah, Oh
it
Look.
has a sample. It has a sample from an '80s film called "The Atomic Cafe."
Oh yeah.
It's like it's kind of like a '50s inspired documentary, and it has like these safety videos from the '50s, or like around that era.
That is cool.
And once you get like towards the end of the movie, you just recognize all the KMFDM samples.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
This one I love way more than What Do You Know? And what's even crazy is you mentioned the samples. For some reason, in these early days, KMFDM referenced Frank Zappa a lot.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Right?
In "Don't Blow Your Top," he samples or referenced this song by Frank Zappa called, I think it's called "Dirty Love."
Yeah, Dirty Love, that give me your dirty love. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
After I heard that, I had to find that Frank Zappa album, and I bought it just for that reason.
mm-hmm. And that's a great album. That's a phenomenal album to me. I'm a major Frank Zappa fan, and so just for KMFDM, like the last band you would ever expect to be into some Zappa is definitely into some Zappa. And even there, KMFDM talk about conceptual continuity. That's a term that Frank Zappa had came up with for all of his music, because all of his music connects and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool, though, the random ass connections here between Frank Zappa and KMFDM. But yeah, Don't Blow Your Top. It's so crazy because there are references to a bunch of Zappa stuff on this one album alone. They use lyrics from Son of Susie Cream Cheese, I Am the Slime, Dirty Love, The Orange County Lumber Truck, and Bow Tie Daddy. I mean, that's where the Don't Blow Your Top comes from, is blow, bow tie daddy, don't you blow your top. But, I mean, we're talking about KMFDM, not Frank Zappa. But I love No Meat, No Man.
Oh, that song.
And when I started buying all their stuff, this was probably 2007, and on their website you could get a CD and t-shirt bundle for like $20. So every week I was buying a new one. And on the back of the shirt, the front of the shirt had the album cover, and the back of the shirt had a random song title or a random lyric from the album, and the back of the shirt said "No Meat, No Man." And I was like, that's awesome. I'm wearing this everywhere.
I think I've seen that shirt on eBay.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I wanted to buy it, but I didn't have a credit card.
Yeah. I wish I would have held on to them, but I wore them until the paint was falling off. And they had holes. It was bad. I was like, man. But,
yeah, that's how some of my KMFDM shirts are right now. They have holes, the paint's coming off, and
seriously, but man,
I still wear it.
yeah, right, for real. Who cares? Let's have holes in our shirts. Let the paint run off. That lets you know you're like a true fan. If your stuff is like destroyed, you're like a hardcore fan. You're like, I'm gonna wear this. I'm gonna support my favorite band until this is a rag. So, this one has, like I said, I love No Meat No Man. I love Don't Blow Your Top. Killing, Disgust. Oh, look, King Kong dub. What a race. No news. This album to me is just completely on point. This right here stands up to some of the great early industrial albums of their peers and stuff. This is up there with like I See Good Spirits, I See Bad Spirits. This is up there with Land of Rape and Honey. I mean, I don't know what happened, but within 2 years they just got better at everything. The lyrics, the concept, the beats. This is a phenomenal album to me, and one that if anyone wants to know, you know, the history of industrial music, this is one to definitely check out. What do you think?
Well, I do own it on vinyl. It's definitely like one of my favorite KMFDM albums.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what we should do? Top
What?
10 KMFDM albums. We should do one of those.
Yeah, let's do that.
Right on. Keep the KMFDM train rolling. We'll do that as like an episode 3 after we finish the full-on retro. And that'll be fun as hell too, because we don't do a lot of countdowns. And I haven't done one in a long time, and I'm totally down to do that.
Okay.
Hell yeah. But Dan, do you have anything else to say about Don't Blow Your Top?
I just really love the album. Like, every song, how it's produced. Todd Dirch Bongo Bongo. I actually did a song inspired by that track. It's called Bad Habits.
Okay.
It was like one of the first songs I made when I was just starting to get into audio production.
Awesome.
And I was just messing around with like samplers and drum machines and all that stuff. And I was listening to Don't Blow Your Top, like the album, constantly, and sometimes I listen to Todd Dirch Bongo Bongo to help me go to sleep, and listening to it constantly, it inspired me to write a song of my own.
That is awesome. And I'm going to tell all you people right here, I'm going to put Nikki's link to her SoundCloud in the description on the YouTube and all of that, because everybody's got to hear her tracks. They're freaking rad, you know, rad as fuck. If you're a fan of electro music, Nikky Virus is your shit, I'm telling you. But yeah, I totally agree with you. And Todd Dirch Bongo Bongo, I love that song title. That song title is like, what is going on here? I love random song titles that I don't understand what they mean. Like, it's just a bunch of random words put together. It's so cool. It totally is. So, and this is also, you know, Raymond Watts. This is another thing I forgot to mention. You know, KMFDM started off with, you've got the main guys are obviously Sasha K, There's no way I'm ever gonna try to pronounce his last name. So.
Konietzko.
Huh?
Konietzko.
Konietzko. Okay.
Yeah.
See, I need to hear it. So I can repeat it. I am not trying to read that. I'm
yeah,
like,
when I first saw it, I was kind of like thrown off by it a little bit.
the Z fucks with me.
Break it down and then say it all together, and it's like, okay, that sounds awesome.
Right, okay, because Konietzko. The Z just fucks with me. When I look at it, I'm like, this does not look like anything I've ever had to write. I've never needed a Z in this spot before. So you've got Sasha Konietzko and Inesh. Is that how you say his name? Inesh. That's one that always... Huh?
It's like Nick Schandelmeyer. That's like his full name, and Sasha suggested that he go by N-S, his initials, N-Esh.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah, so that way fans, they wouldn't have a hard time trying to pronounce his name.
Right. And that's why we get to call Sasha Captain K or Sasha K, because I'm sure there's other people like me who are like, I'm not going to try to say that. But this album also has Raymond Watts, the great Raymond Watts. I love Pig, but sadly I only have one Pig album. I'm so slow on some things. Like I get in a mood, because I'm like a big music collector, so I get in a mood where I'm like, I'm just going to buy this genre for a while and this genre for a while, and every once in a while I get back into a industrial mood. But like recently I've been picking off some of the Sister Machine Gun stuff and all that, and
They have good stuff.
Yeah, they're badass.
I have so many of their CDs.
Say what?
I have so many of their CDs.
Oh yeah, Red. I have a handful. I have the first 3 from Sin whatever. Oh my god, Sin something, isn't it? And then the Torture is it Torture something? Or, oh my god, I'm blanking on this shit. And then Burn is my shit because of the Mortal Kombat soundtrack. Burn is straight up my shit. And then I have one after that, but that one's really good too. But anyway, Raymond Watts, love Raymond Watts. He's a cool freaking guy. And Pig is awesome as all hell. Definitely check out some Pig, people. I'm sure most of you who are fans of this band have checked out freaking Pig. I'm losing my mind here. So, but what I like this here is there's a little excerpt from AllMusic that says, "Don't Blow Your Top sounds a little flimsy when compared to the band's pile-driving later work, and it sounds like a combination between Meat Beat Manifesto and Twitch-era Ministry, and even more primitive Alien Sex Fiend." I get down to some Alien Sex Fiend too, but you know what? Meat Beat Manifesto is my shit too. Like, they just released a new album, and it's great. It's freaking awesome. So, any more words on this before we go ahead and give the rating? Because I'm rambling. I'm sorry if I'm taking all the spotlight from you. Plus, I've been drinking some beer, and when I get a little enhanced, I won't shut the hell up.
It's okay. I'm like that too when I drink.
Right on. So I guess what would you rate this album?
Let's see. Don't Blow Your Top.
Yes.
I'm gonna give it an 8.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I guess name off some of its strengths. why does it deserve an 8?
Mm-hmm.
So, me, I'm gonna go real high too, and mine's definitely an 8.5, maybe a 9. Only because, like I said earlier, it's one of those essential pieces of the industrial history puzzle. Something that, if we made a list of like 1,000 industrial albums you need to hear, this would be pretty high up there.
Yeah.
Because this is a real link between stuff like Throbbing Gristle and Nine Inch Nails. Like, I mean, this sort of like connects things in the little puzzle there. It's a phenomenal album, phenomenal all the way through. I enjoy the hell out of it, and then it gets extra points for all the Zappa references. I mean, I'm a big ass Zappa fan, and I mean, so I'm glad that, you know, they seem to be too. So next is, to me, probably one of the more, I don't want to say left turns, but a more like, I don't know, there is no other. Now, one thing I do love is that KMFDM's albums, especially back in the day, each one sounded completely different. And that was because there was a revolving door of musicians where Sasha K and Inesh were mostly your main two guys, and they would just bring in their buddies and other random people they met to do other things. And this is definitely a product of that, because who the hell is the rapper on UAIOE?
I think it's Morgan. I can't pronounce his last name. It's like a J or something. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know his first name is Morgan.
I know, and this is a piece of KMFDM history that I love. I love this album because it's another one that sort of starts more of the tropes. This is where you get the 5 letters, where most of their albums would be a 5-letter word or something like that. This one also starts what I call the, well, I wouldn't say this one starts it, but there's a hint of it. I call it the KMFDM hype track, where every album just about has a song, and even in Angst's case, a handful of tracks where it's like KMFDM, we're coming back, we're so badass. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. The KMFDM hype track, and those songs are always some of my favorites, because it's like, yeah, you gotta have that "we're coming back" kind of song, and you know. And I really get down to those, and I think More and Faster is the one I'm thinking of, with where it's just kind of got that. It's the prototype of the KMFDM hype track, where they're constantly saying their name in the song, and you've got this beat. The beat in More and Faster is a beat that almost every industrial band does. You know what I mean? You know the beat I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like, you hear it in some Marilyn Manson, you hear it in some Nine Inch Nails, but this is like, to me, this is almost the sort of start of that beat where, I don't know. But what do you think about UAIOE?
I think UAIOE is really great. It's different than any other KMFDM album that I've heard, like, before.
Yeah.
It's a combination of, like, dub reggae and industrial.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting. Like, I've never heard any other industrial band do that before.
Definitely.
And then they throw in like some rapping and that kind of stuff. And I think it's really cool that they go about it freely.
Yeah, they were like one of the first to sort of embrace a lot of these different genres in an industrial sense. And that's, like you said, one of the things that makes this album so great. And it's sad because, all right, like I said, most of mine are the remasters, and I love the remasters because in the lyric sheet they have basically the story of the creation of the album written in there, and it's so interesting to read these. And I'm sad that Morgan G. I can't pronounce this guy's name. I am sad that this guy has. In the lyric book, he said he died of AIDS, I believe. And
yeah, I read that he died over a drug overdose.
an overdose. Okay.
That's what I read.
Okay. Did I read it wrong?
I don't know. I hear a lot of different things.
Oh my god. But yeah, I'm sure he overdose. I may be reading things wrong. Kill me in the comments, people. But I love this guy because, I mean, he's not what people would call a great rapper. But he has a presence on this album. I mean, he is on a good 5 tracks. So, and the stuff, I mean, love can be an art. I don't know, he's just saying things. It's funny. But it's so good, and it's a thing that came and went that is we're never gonna hear in KMFDM again. Yeah, they can get another guy to rap on some stuff, but it's not gonna be this guy. You know, it's sad that throughout this 30+ year career, I love that they can go back to any former member they want and still have the same relationship. I just hate that this guy died, that we don't. This is all we have from this guy. And that's another thing that makes this album so special is, like you said, it's so unique, it's so different. Reggae, dub, hip-hop, in an industrial sense. They're, to me, especially in, what year is this? This is 1989 it was released. There's nothing else happening like this anywhere in the underground and in the mainstream. And it's incredible that KMFDM, they're almost like one of those, in many ways they're like a well-kept secret where like certain people know about them, but the people that know about them know the kind of respect that KMFDM deserve. They're the kind of band who, they had a little bit of mainstream popularity, and then it wound down, but they're still out there pumping things out, and they know what the fans want. And I don't know, it's crazy. They're one of those few bands who can sort of be ahead of the game, and even 30 years later, even though they've technically put out the same album for the past 10 years, they're still ahead of the curve. It's weird. If that makes any sense, I'm rambling again.
It's okay. I just want to talk about Murder real quick.
Yeah, do it.
The opening track. I think it was a year ago. I was just listening to this random playlist on YouTube, and there was a song that came up, and I thought it was Murder by KMFDM, and then there was like a transition or something, and I thought, okay, is this a remix, or what is this? And I look at my computer, and it's actually What's My Mission by Tackhead.
What?
And that was the day that I learned that KMFDM sampled that song for their song Murder.
Oh, wow.
And just I think it was like back in May. I found that Tackhead album on vinyl. Even better. That I found it on vinyl, and then as soon as I got home, I just listened to it, and I was just sitting there with joy.
That is awesome.
That's just like such a cool way to get into Tackhead, is through KMFDM.
Right, for real. Oh my god. That is cool as shit. I sadly am not too aware of Tackhead, but now I must be.
I think Tackhead was Adrian Sherwood's band back in the 80s. That's all I pretty much know about Tackhead, is that Adrian Sherwood was part of the band.
Hell yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking awesome. I got Ganja Rock. Ganja Rock. Thumb
Ganja
Thumb. This album, man. This album. Rip the System. Rip the System will be a big part of the KMFDM conceptual continuity for years to come. Even up to their most recent release, Hell Yeah, with their newer version of Rip the System with Black Man, White Man, Yellow Man. And I love the message where it's sort of a call to arms for the people who are basically just being divided all the time, and saying we need to stop fighting amongst each other and fight the real enemy. And I love the hell out of that message, and hearing it on Hell Yeah, damn it, if that shit, this song is what, 20 years old, 30 years old, is it? Yeah, it's just 30 years old. This 30-year-old song is probably even more relevant today than it ever was 30 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And damn, if that doesn't show the kind of being ahead of the curve with the KMFDM shit, that something like this can stand the test of time to the point where they can do a remake of their own song and it still packs a punch. Had to get a little serious there for a moment. Oh, God. And then you got a song named after N. Esh.
Yeah.
Why am I not remembering this one?
You gotta hear it.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn it on for a slight second.
Okay.
So I get a little refresher. A lot of times I will play some of the music. YouTube likes to be an asshole, but you know what? Screw the censors. We're gonna check out some N. Esh track on here.
Remember the song.
What's up?
I looked up the lyrics, and just like looking at the lyrics, I'm just like, oh, okay, I know that song.
Yeah.
Like the instrumental just started playing in my head.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've turned this one on. I think the last time I really went on a full-on KMFDM binge, other than the past couple weeks when I brought this up to you, was about 2 years ago. I was driving up to Kentucky to stay with a buddy of mine for a week, and I was going to learn some band booking agent stuff. He owns a little booking agency. And I took the long way. I live in Columbus, Georgia. Alright, I'm right there on the edge of Georgia and Alabama. And I took the long way because I am a nervous driver. I've almost died a couple times, and I've almost killed a couple of my friends. And
Oh
I mean, I'm a major fan of self-deprecating humor, so it's not as bad as it sounds. I promise. Until every once in a while I'll post that picture of what I did to my brother's car, but that's beside the point. I took the long way, and it took me. If I'd have hit the highway, I'd have been in Kentucky, in Bowling Green, Kentucky, in about 6 hours. It took me maybe 14 hours to drive up there. Oh my god! But like I said, I took the long ass way, and I just loaded my phone with all the KMFDM studio albums, and as soon as I pulled out of the driveway, it was on. What do you know? And by the time I got to Kentucky, I was just finishing Attack, and that's with throwing the MDFMK in there and the KMFDM and Pig. So like there were a couple little detours, but yeah, like I went hardcore then. But that was right when Hell Yeah had just come out too, and I was like, oh man, new KMFDM, I gotta listen to them all. What are some of your favorite tracks on here? And what would you rate? And do you got anything more to say about UAIOE?
My favorite tracks off UAIOE.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I'd have to say Murder.
Mm-hmm.
Loving Can Be an Art. And I think More and Faster.
More and Faster is definitely a go-to for me.
Yeah. UAIOE, that song is pretty much just I'm the Slime by Frank Zappa.
Yes, it is. I mean, and when I'm like, they don't even credit the guy.
Yeah, they don't.
I'm like, you know, technically this isn't your song, but the great thing is once somebody decides to sue somebody and add credit, the versions that we all own will be worth a buttload of money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, but yeah, I Am the Slime, which is another fantastic Zappa song, you know, talking about how TV rots your brain, just everything on TV is just there to, yeah, I'm the tool of the government. I love it. Oh my god. And it fits. Some of that stuff that in that, or all that stuff in that song really fits the KMFDM mythos and their message. And I love that each album is, boom, getting more and more into what will eventually become what KMFDM would actually be. And basically a illegal radio station cyberpunk band in a Blade Runner movie, in a cyberpunk movie. Like, they're the kind of band you would see in a cyberpunk film. And it's awesome. So what? Huh? Go ahead.
Speaking of science or cyberpunk or science fiction films, there's a KMFDM song that's featured in the movie Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah, which is another one of my favorite movies.
It's a good movie.
Love
A friend
it.
of mine owns a Johnny Mnemonic pinball machine.
Really?
Yeah, when I first saw that, like, just like, I was like starstruck. I was like, oh my gosh, like I didn't know they made one of those before.
That is freaking awesome.
It was so awesome. I thought it was just a movie that was like unappreciated. Like, here's a cheesy sci-fi film or whatever. But I didn't know that they made merchandise for it.
Yeah. Seriously.
I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, that's cool as hell. Tell your friend to never get rid of that, because that is too badass. Way too badass. And it's Virus that's in that movie though, right?
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. And
Yeah.
I mean, if they do get rid of it, they should give it to me.
Right, if they do get rid of it, give it to you. That's the only way to go. I mean, really. But yeah, so what, it was Virus. Virus is awesome, and Juke Joint Jezebel, I can't wait to get to some of these later albums. Oh my god. But what would you rate UAIOE?
I'm gonna give it a 7.
Oh wow. So Don't Blow Your Top is one notch higher than UAIOE. Interesting. So what makes this one rate a tad lower than Don't Blow Your Top?
I don't know. I guess it's the lyrics and ganja rock. Towards the end, you got like the chipmunk singing.
Oh yeah, you do.
You
Oh
got
my
Alvin
god.
and the chipmunks singing.
You do.
Like, I remember like just listening to that album one night. It was like really late, and I'm just listening to it. I'm doodling or something, and then I hear this high-pitched chipmunk. I'm like, what the hell? I had to make sure I heard that correctly, and I wasn't just like really tired or something.
That's hilarious.
Like, this is so random.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. But me, I'd probably give this one an 8.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was one to like throw a 9 in there, but the more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, an 8 definitely, like it's definitely up there with Don't Blow Your Top for me because of it sort of doing something incredibly different, but at the same time being just real experimental and moving on, and it's another one that added a lot of those sort of tropes from KMFDM that we all know and love. A lot of that stuff came from this album, and more pieces of the KMFDM puzzle are like being put down, and this one is definitely a big piece with the KMFDM hype track and the 5 letters for the album title, and a little more of the anti-government kind of lyrics. And but yeah, there's still stuff like the chipmunk in there, and I mean, but definitely an 8. Another piece of the full-on industrial puzzle, right before the 90s hits. I mean, we're on the cusp, we're on the verge of the grunge scene happening, and one weird thing I always say is stuff like this could only have been popular in the mainstream in the 90s. As far as like being on MTV and being on the radio, the 90s was a very, the 90s sort of embraced a lot of different stuff musically that you're not hearing anywhere else today. It's still definitely out there, but you know, the mainstream is definitely not embracing it as like it used to. But the 90s let a lot of weird shit slip through the cracks. I mean, and that's on this show, on this channel, we always say we love to just suck the 90s off, but not only because we grew up in the 90s, but because it's true, there was a lot of different stuff happening. I mean, where else could you have a band like Primus be on the radio and MTV at the same time as a band like Nirvana or Spice Girls, of all things? You know what I mean? It's so crazy. Where nowadays, just everything sort of just sounds the same on the radio. And I miss a lot of that diversity in mainstream attention. Anyway, let's move on to. In fact, let me take a cigarette break because I don't smoke in the house. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had to get some nicotine in me. Right before we talk about this KMFDM classic, what would you say this is one of the most classic KMFDM albums right here?
Naive.
Yes.
Yeah, in my eyes, it is a classic, instant classic.
Definitely.
You have tracks that they're just easy to remember. You got tracks like Naive, Use Life, Virus, Go to Hell. Those are just like instant classic KMFDM songs. And then, the other songs on here are really good too.
Yeah, this one gets so damn good. This is a definite, I would recommend anyone, if they're wanting to get into KMFDM, definitely, if you don't know where to start, this is a damn good place to start, depending on your taste, because it's an impressive balance between that sort of, like, the 80s goth club beats are still in there, but the more heavy stuff is starting to leak in at this point. This is definitely the moment KMFDM really got, kind of figured out their sound and kind of figured out exactly what they were about. And fucking, it's just filled with bangers all the way through. Like you said, the track Naive and Liebeslide and Go to Hell, Virus, Octung, even, what is it? Freed?
I think it's Frida? I don't know.
Frida would make more sense. Frida would make more sense because of the German. And
I think it's German for freedom too.
Okay, awesome. That makes sense. And Piggy Bank and Die Now Live Later. This is a fantastic album all the way through. And one thing I wanted to bring up is, I know you're real young. You're much younger than I am, but did you watch any Beavis and Butthead back in the day?
I didn't watch Beavis and Butthead until. Well, yeah, I guess I did. I did.
So were you able to? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I never saw the episode where they see that episode where they're watching a KMFDM music video.
Yes, that's what I was gonna bring up. That is some of my favorite stuff when I was a kid, because my brother and I, we were like the real life Beavis and Butthead, because we were homeschooled, so we were at the house all day, so it was on MTV all day. And so we watched music videos all day long. Like, music was the only thing in our household when we were growing up that really brought the family together. And my favorite parts of the show were the music videos, because it would be like, oh, this is a music video I saw, but now I get to see what Beavis and Butthead say about it. And so what song was that? It was off of Angst. Was it Drug Against War?
Yeah.
And it's showing animated versions of the album covers. And it gets to the Naive album cover, and the man is just, raising his hand a little higher. And Beavis is like, higher, higher, higher. Oh, it's so damn funny. Oh man, it's so funny. But what a cool ass music video, though. Anyway, like,
Yeah.
just seeing all those album covers that we know and love being animated like that—that's so cool. But there is some controversy with this album as well, and it was. As a collector, you know, I call them the Holy Grails or the White Whales, albums that are incredibly hard to find, that you sometimes get a good deal on. This album, when it came out, on the song Liebeslied, they had sampled, is it O Fortuna?
Yeah. Like Carl Orff.
Yeah. And they got in trouble because apparently the sample wasn't cleared, I guess. And they had to remix the album and take the sample out, and they re-released it as Naive Go to Hell. And sadly, when they did the remaster a couple years ago, it was just a remaster of the Go to Hell version. And so the first one I ever bought was the remaster, and then I bought a big CD lot from eBay. Somebody was selling off a lot of old KMFDM singles and old Wax Trax versions, and I got that, and Go to Hell was in there. But just a couple of months ago, I was able to get the original Wax Trax version of Naive for $5. When I see when I see this motherfucker hit anywhere from 50 to 100, I've seen it get high. And it was a risk because it was a stock photo. The guy had the track listing in there, the track listing matched, all that stuff, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and order it, because if it turns out to be the wrong version, I'm only out $5. It came in, and holy shit, it was the Wax Trax version. So I was like, wow, how just incredibly lucky is that? I mean, oh my god. And so I finally checked out Liebeslied with the O Fortuna in there, and it's fantastic. I'm sure all these years I could have probably checked it out on YouTube, but sometimes it's best to wait, you know, and just get that. I'm going to wait to hear this version until I either throw down $50 or find it at a pawn shop, you know. Sometimes it's good to be hard-headed.
I actually bought that Wax Trax CD at what was the name of that? The Streetlight Records in Campbell.
Yeah.
I found it in a bargain bin.
What?
It wasn't with the rest of the other KMFDM albums. I was just like, why wouldn't they put this with the rest of the other albums? Like, and they do that with other CDs and movies and stuff. Like, that part, I just don't understand. But when I saw that it was Wax Trax, I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy it.
Right?
And when I put the CD in my car, and I went straight to Liebeslied because I have to know if it has that sample, because I love that sample. Mm-hmm. And sure as shit, it had it.
And that's freaking awesome to find it in a bargain bin. You gotta love places that have no idea what they're selling.
Yeah, this store, I guess the owners or whoever, they had no idea how much that this can go for, because it's considered a collector's item.
Exactly.
And I actually bought it for only $2.
Right? Like, that's amazing.
$2.
That is freaking amazing. I love collector stories like that. When you find that one thing and it's just complete serendipity, everything is right, and the universe said, you know what, I'm going to look out for you today. And I mean, and there was another KMFDM Holy Grail that I eventually finally got this year that runs really high as well, which is that Scold versus KMFDM. But I actually spent 25 on that one, which to me is a good deal. 25 for a CD, that's standard if you're going by 90s money. But when you look at how expensive that album can get to, 25 is chump ass change. But I should have bought it back when it came out, when it was $10 at Hot Topic. But for some reason, I was just not like trying to get it. I don't know why. Sometimes I'm stupid like that. But oh my god, this album definitely like the first KMFDM classic. This is the golden age right here. This begins the golden age of KMFDM, where they're still using Brute. Boom, this really, they do the 5-letter deal from the previous album. I'm trying to think, does this one have a hype track? I mean, even if they're not, bragging about themselves, it can still be a hype track. But man, this album is so good, and all the way. Do you have? Go ahead, and just talk about the album, yeah.
I don't think this album has a hype track. I mean, I guess you want to count "Welcome."
Yeah, welcome to the world of KMFDM.
Yeah.
So I guess I guess you could say "Naive" is like a hype track, but it's not like what I consider their normal hype tracks.
Mhm.
But definitely the title track, "Naive," is like one of the perfect openers. God, this album is so good, man, from start to finish.
Yeah. I really like the lyrics on Piggy Bank.
Oh yeah, on Piggy Bank. Recite them real quick.
Let me see. Give me a second. I like this lyric in that song, Piggy Bank, where he says, totally addicted, under detrimental spell. If I had a shotgun, I'd blow myself to hell.
Blow myself to hell. So yeah, this is the track with the "I wanna go to hell." Is that what? No, "Go to Hell" is that one. What am I talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god. But that's another thing. Hell is a thing on this album. They mention hell a couple times, huh?
Yeah, and they, let's see, I think, I'm trying to think of another. Yeah, they do mention hell a couple of times in this album.
And what's even funnier is, when I bought the CD and shirt bundle for this one, the back of the shirt, like I said, they all had a different lyric or whatever from that album. This one says "I want to go to hell" on the back. And I thought it was the coolest thing. I was like, yeah, man, I'm so goth. I got this "I want to go to hell" on my shirt, man. This is so awesome. And, I remember everybody I knew was like, you want to go to hell? And I'm like, no, it's on my shirt.
I have that shirt too, and I wore it one day, and this Christian lady, she was just like, she was just giving me like a lecture or something, and I'm just like, lady, mind your own business.
They are the worst. They are so the worst. God, they are the worst.
I don't think that song is really about going straight to hell, you know, like with the devil, with Satan and
Exactly.
demons and shit. I think looking at the lyrics, I guess he's referring to war as hell.
Exactly. That makes sense.
Because right here, I mean, you mentioned Vietnam, Nicaragua, and it's just like, okay, those are some places where war has happened before.
Exactly, and War is Hell is...
War is Hell, yeah.
Yeah, War is Hell is connected to Vietnam big time. So yeah, it totally makes sense. Man, those people, I mean...
They just look at it as a religion type of thing.
Right, always. I'm just, open your mind, people.
Yeah.
And one thing I love to say is, especially if, because I love getting drunk and talking about religion and different religions, because I have a very odd way of talking about that stuff, because I'm one who will be like, you know what, man, God is an alien. And I'll just make people so mad, and I'll have some stupid excuse on why I think that. But one thing I love to do is I'll say, you know what, man? Do what thou wilt, as long as it doesn't interfere with the will of others. And they'll be like, yeah, exactly, man, exactly. And then I'll be like, you know what says that? You know who says that? And they're like, what? I'm like, the Satanic Bible says that. So, yeah. So come on. I mean, we're not all bad. God, yeah, I mean, there's just so much here to talk about. Even the artwork, man. Brute is so good at artwork, because what's happening here? Obviously, they're doing it. There's a sun in the background, there's clouds. I don't know, man. I love Brute's art style. With UAIOE, the crazy guy on the cover with this explosion in the background. What's happening here? It's one of my favorite album covers from KMFDM, is just because of this guy. He's smiling, he's staring at me. There's a bomb that just exploded. What's going on? It is so awesome. Yeah, I mean, definitely the beginning of classic KMFDM right here, all the way.
And it looks like this is Kristen Stewart's first appearance.
Kristen,
the singer that's going to be featured on Paradise.
Yeah. Right on, I see that. This one also has... Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess this is, she's doing the background vocals for Naive.
Yeah. Because wasn't UAIOE the first one to start the female background vocals?
Yeah.
And, like, there's some of them on Don't Blow Your Top. Because there's some on that Give Me Your Dirty Love, the Frank Zappa moment. But that's another thing that UAIOE definitely, another one of the KMFDM tropes was the female vocals that started on UAIOE. And to me, they are so unique compared to their industrial peers, because they get a little more groovy. They're very self-aware. They like a little bit of self-deprecating humor. They're just such a unique band, and the female vocals, they get this groovy vibe going on. So when you listen to other groups who, like Skinny Puppy and Ministry and stuff, they they're all different, but KMFDM really stands out because of the choices they decided to make with or musical choices, and that's cool as shit to me. But go ahead. Do you have anything else to say about Naive? And we'll go into the rating.
Just want to say real quickly that Naive has a really interesting music video.
Oh yeah, see, I don't think I've seen that video. Go ahead, do tell.
I guess that music video, it's like, I don't know, some of it kind of looks like porn from the 90s or the 80s. And I really like the Thrill Kill Cult remix of the song. When they did the KMFDM versus My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult.
Yeah, that is good. That is good. I do like that. And that's one that I gotta buy. That one kind of gets... I mean, sometimes I'll see it real cheap, and then sometimes I'll see it fairly expensive. Guess it's depending on who's selling and who's buying.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one I definitely gotta pick up.
Yeah, Naive definitely feels like a song for Groovy Man.
Definitely. Oh my god. So what is your rating for this KMFDM classic?
I'm gonna go with 8.
Yeah. What makes it an 8? What gives it an 8?
Just well, because I also really love heavy metal music, and I just really like the guitar samples in this album.
Hell yeah.
And it's like combination of industrial metal and like maybe some dance music, but it's like nicely put together.
That is definitely true. The sort of rave club shit going on, the heavier emphasis on guitars. I mean, but you still have that sort of primitive electro style. Man, this album, like you said, it mixes everything so perfectly. I'm going to go with a 9. Just because this is one that I go to a lot. This is one I turn on a lot. Especially when it comes to the old stuff. This is definitely a go-to. And, I mean, what else can we say other than what we have said? This one, man, it's another one that starts a lot more of those tropes we know. But this is the moment. This is the moment where KMFDM had it all figured out. And and what's sad is next, it almost all fell apart. But man, Naive is so good. Definitely, if anyone is new to this group, this is a great starting point. Because from here on out, things are just gonna get better. So next, because we're in the 90s now, people. Next, it's 1992. I'm 6 years old, people. I'm 6 years old. I'm in the car listening to Primus with my dad. Where were you in 1992?
I wasn't even born yet.
Holy crap! Holy crap, man. Oh, wow.
I wasn't born until 1995.
95. Wow, so you were born the year I was first made aware of KMFDM. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I was born during the Nile era.
Yeah. The freaking Nile era, like a lot of people's go-to KMFDM album right there.
Yep.
And for good reason, like all the way. All the way. I can't wait to talk about that one. Oh my god. But right now we are on the classic Money, another KMFDM classic. Like, to me they're all classics up until a certain point, and the rest are like modern classics. But this, we're still in the golden age, people. Money released in February of 1992, which my birthday is also in February. So, pretty crazy. Oh, man, Money is so good. What do you have to say about Money, Nikki? Nikky Virus.
Money is Money is an album that Sasha and Ed Esch put together because they were working on the new album, and it was called Apart. But Jim and Danny, they listened to it and they said, this doesn't sound like KMFDM. Like, this doesn't sound like something to put out, you know?
Yeah.
Which, led to, Anish releasing his first solo debut album called Cheesy. And you hear, like, Sasha's tracks on, like, anywhere else. Like, I guess, like, what do you want to call it? Like the singles. You hear that stuff. But you can actually hear a early version of Vogue on the Industrial Accident soundtrack.
Oh.
And it sounds really good.
I am not aware of that.
Like, I just love the way how Vogue sounds compared to what we hear on the Money album. On Money, it sounds good too. It's not terrible. It's still good, but I just prefer the early version of it, like the original.
And what is that on? Because I'm definitely going to have to look that up.
It's on the Industrial Accident soundtrack. It's a Wax Trax documentary.
Oh, awesome. And that's another thing too, is Wax Trax. We're going to mention Wax Trax a lot here. But that's because Wax Trax is very integral. To me there are two record labels that were your go-to place for industrial quality, and that was Wax Trax, and then later owned by TVT, but then the Nothing Records that Trent Reznor ran. And what's so crazy is the stuff on Wax Trax all sounds like it belongs on Wax Trax. And the stuff on Nothing sounds like it belongs on Nothing. Do you know what do you understand? Like, does that make any sense?
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, like, it's so crazy. There's not that they all sound the same, but when you listen to early Sister Machine Gun, for instance, you're like, wow, this could be some KMFDM-y kind of stuff. And then when you listen to early Marilyn Manson, you're like, this sounds like some Trent Reznor kind of shit. And It's so crazy. But yeah, those are like the two big moments. Like, they were like, Wax Trax to me was like the Metal Blade of the industrial scene. All the way, definitely. But what you were saying about, because I had read that they were about to break up.
Yeah, they Sasha and Anish, they had a falling out at the end of their tour with the Thrill Kill Cult.
And you can kind of see this happening I'm glad they decided to keep going because we got some high quality shit from here to Adios, and but man, it was almost over. It was almost over. Um, because, like you said, you were going to have a part, and Inesh was going to work on one half, while Sasha K was going to work on the other half, and yeah, like that would have been weird. But I do like it when you get an album from prominent musicians. Like, let's say the full band, each musician in the band writes their own stuff, and they do an album where each member has some compositions of their own. I like that kind of stuff. Pink Floyd did an album like that, where Roger Waters had a couple songs to himself, David Gilmour had a couple songs to himself, and so on and so forth. And Yes did the same thing. And that's kind of cool because it lets you know when you listen to earlier songs or songs later that they've created as a group. It lets you know who contributed to what, because you hear basically their musical DNA isolated away from everyone else's, and it's so cool. It is such a cool idea to me that instead of doing a solo album, let me work on some things and then you work on some things and then we'll collaborate on a couple things. Like, how do you feel about that?
I think that's healthy. I think that's a good idea, because if you just keep continuing to come together and just trying to put something out and it's not getting good reviews, then obviously, they have creative differences. So it's better to just release what you like and I release what I like, and then maybe come back later and we work on something new together. And I think that's a really good thing to do.
Yeah, that is so true. That is so true. That's kind of how my brother and I do it. My brother Zach, you would have seen him on the Marilyn Manson retrospective that you had watched. Him and I have a band, Sticky Middle Finger, and every once in a while we'll do some Sticky Middle Finger stuff. But me, I'm constantly in the studio working on my own stuff. But that is a thing where you have to do things away from your main collaborator. But the thing is a lot of people are, I would assume a lot of people are afraid to do that. Like, would that person that I collaborate with all the time, would he be mad at me or upset if I went and did my own thing? And people should embrace that because in many ways it allows each individual to sort of better their craft, and when they do come together they have a lot more things they can add to the table. And so yeah, definitely worth doing.
A lot of times when you do try to put out material, a lot of times the fans, they won't like it, they'll criticize it, they just won't like it, and then they'll be like, oh, I wish it sounds like this, or it sounds like this album that they did.
Yeah.
Kind of like with Linkin Park, with Hybrid Theory. A lot of fans complained because their more albums they were releasing, the more fans were complaining how it didn't sound like Hybrid Theory.
Yeah. And, oh man, alright, look at, let's say when Meteora came out, alright? I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of stuff on Meteora I don't mind. Because I'm not the biggest Linkin Park guy. And I'm not gonna lie, on some of these, on this YouTube channel, you might come across a lot of shit talking about some Linkin Park. But I don't mind some of their stuff. We play up the hate. We really do. I know I do. I play up the hate. But, I mean, tell some of the Meteora kids who, like, man, I wish this sounded like Hybrid Theory. Be like, well, wait till you hear their final album. You know, wait till you hear their one that can be on top 40 with Taylor Swift, man. Then you can start complaining.
Yeah. If my album was on the same chart as Taylor Swift, I'd complain too.
I mean, I'd be happy to be on the chart, but I'd be like, man,
Not with an artist like that.
no, I don't want to be next to Taylor Swift. I need to be higher than that. Need to be higher than that, yo. I am hoping that we have a nice shift in the mainstream consciousness because it's been pretty samey for many years now, and I'm really hoping we get a consciousness shift here pretty soon. But, man, money. Alright, money is so freaking good. We, like you said, Vogue. I've got to hear that other version of Vogue you talked about, because I love Vogue on here. And Help Us, Save Us, Take Us Away, and Money. Spiritual House. God, Spiritual House does it for me. Under Satan, Dub, the I Will Pray. This whole album is freaking awesome. And I don't know if I like it more than Naive. To me, it's like I kind of like them both about the same. You could hear there's this album sounds different, but at the same time, it's almost very similar to Naive in production sound. Does that make any sense? What do you think?
Kind of reminds me, well, for me, it's like in between UAIOE and Naive.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Because it's like, it's still very clubby, which I love. I mean, I freaking love rave music. I love clubby beats. And, like, I will be like, alright, take some, like, pop music that's real beat heavy. I'll be like, God, man, this beat is killer if it wasn't for this artist singing over it, or if this artist wasn't rapping over it. Give me the instrumental, and I can jam this all day. I mean, for real, like, I am not a will.i.am fan, but damn it if they can't make some killer beats.
Yeah, they do make some decent instrumentals.
Yes, exactly, man. Oh my God, some of those beats.
Sometimes the lyrics, it just kills it.
Oh,
and then they use it constantly. Like, can you shut up?
Yes.
I want to enjoy the instrumental.
Right, ruins it. Oh my God, totally ruins it. Like that dirty bit, the dirty bit thing. Yeah. I'm like, man, I'm loving the beat. Because I like noise. I just like noise. I'm like, this beat is freaking cool. But shut up, dude. I want to hear the song. I don't want to hear you. But man, yeah, the beats are real clubby on this one. The guitar's still there, but I mean, would you say this one has a less emphasis on guitar than Naive did?
This one doesn't seem like it has a lot of guitar. Not like Naive did.
Yeah, this one's very much more on the clubby side. Which I am never going to complain about that. Because the beats are great on this one. They are really freaking good. I would like to know what some of the equipment they were using was. Because I have an old... Right now I mess with the Launchpad. I got a little Launchpad Pro I mess with. But I have an old Casio keyboard that you turn on some of them beat making things on that thing, and it starts to sound like some old yacht rock. And I have a old well, actually I gave it to my dad because I had an old DR5, which was the Dr. Rhythm, one of those old drum machines from back in the day. And my dad had one, and I had one. But everything on this was identical to that Casio keyboard sound. And I'm like, man, this is cool if you want to make something old school sounding, but man, does it sound cheap. And but my dad wanted it. Like last year, he was like, "Oh man, you still got that DR5?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, yeah." He's like, "Hey, let me borrow it." I'm like, "You know what, man? You can have the thing, dude. I'm messing with this launch pad thingy now, man. So you can totally have that." And he was like, "Cool." He was so happy to get it back, but man, the thing just sounded so cheap. But it was so outdated. But that's another thing is, like, I love this old sounding stuff. I mean, you're not going to get a lot of these sounds out of this new technology.
No, the only way you're going to get those sounds is through a sample folder off the internet.
Yeah, for real. Like, what kind of equipment do you really run off of like that? I'm real interested to know about some of that.
I used to own a DR550 drum machine. That was like the first drum machine I owned.
Right
and I
on.
sold it for a Korg Volca Beats.
Awesome.
I mean, it sounds pretty cool, but I miss my DR550.
Yeah?
Some of the sounds on the DR550, it kind of reminds me of Pretty Hate Machine.
Yeah, like I said, that old industrial sound, man.
It just gives me that Pretty Hate Machine vibe.
Exactly. Exactly. And I can get that out of my little Casio. Like, I still run on that Casio every once in a while, but like I'll put in the DR5. I mean, not the DR5, but I'll turn on the launch pad and I'll make some crap, and I'm like, man, you know, this stuff sounds a lot like Dead Mouse as opposed to Pretty Hate Machine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The newer stuff sounds like the musicians or the DJs that are popular today.
Yeah. Which, not gonna lie, I'm a big Dead Mouse fan too.
Yeah,
and huh? You are too?
Me too.
Right
Yeah.
on. Love Dead Mouse. But I saw, didn't you say you were gonna go see the Crystal Method?
Yeah, I'm seeing the Crystal Method next Friday.
That
at
is,
the Ritz.
God, that is so freaking awesome. I fucking love Crystal Method. I'm a major fan of that mid to late 90s big beat sound. I love Fatboy Slim, Chemical Brothers, Crystal Method, The Prodigy. God, The Prodigy. Oh, I love The Prodigy.
Oh, The Prodigy is my favorite.
Oh, right. Oh my God. Did you hear their last album, the No Tourists?
Yeah, it's really good.
So fucking good. Oh my God. Like, and rest in peace, Keith Flint. I cried that day. But not to turn this into a downer, that is so freaking cool that you get to see Crystal Method. I hate that the one guy left. I forgot his name. Like, I'm bad with names. I'm horrible with names. I'm sad that he left, but I'm also glad that their newest album kind of reminded me of Vegas. So I was kind of happy to get a 90s flair.
I haven't heard their new album. I've only heard Vegas. And another album that they released, what was it called? I think it was Legion of Boom.
Yeah, Legion of Boom is pretty rad. Legion of Boom is pretty good. I think the worst one is Divided by Night. I think that's what it's called. That one is kind of lame to me. But one that most of the fans hate, their self-titled album from a couple years ago, a lot of the fans hate that one because it kind of goes for that 2014 EDM sound. But I'm not gonna lie, like, they are so good at the 2014 EDM sound, it's not even funny. And I jammed the crap out of that album because I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind some 2004 EDM as long as it's instrumental. You know, I don't need people singing over everything, but I mean, the beats are great, yo.
Yeah.
So, man, money. We talked a little bit about money, but we talked about a lot of other stuff too. This is another thing I love about this is I don't mind, you know, going off track a little bit. I don't mind it. It's gonna happen. It is gonna happen. And so I mean, I guess if you have any final thoughts on money and a rating, let's hear it.
When I started when I started producing my own music, one of the first songs I made was called Obey, and it was inspired by the KMFDM track We Must Awaken.
Yeah.
Like, I like the way that they sampled Martin Luther King. So I did something sort of similar to that. I think I sampled Martin Luther King, not in that song, but later on in another song. But this song that I produced, it's called Obey.
Awesome.
And I'm just like looping this guy saying you must learn to obey, and it's just like looping over and over like a broken record. And that song is heavily inspired by We Must Awaken.
Awesome. That is cool. Oh man, I'm so gonna. Is that on your SoundCloud?
I think it's on my SoundCloud.
I'm definitely looking for it. I'm gonna jam all your stuff. I'm gonna give you some listens after we're done. I'm for real. Because I'm sure I'm following you. Because I know we follow each other on a lot of this social media stuff. I'm sure I'm following you.
If it's not on there, I'll be happy to like upload it for you or send it to you.
Right on, right on. Because the stuff I have listened to your stuff before. I mean, and I dig the crap out of it, man. Like, a lot of people don't do this kind of stuff, and I love it. Yeah. So what is your rating on money?
For money, let's see. Well, it's got some pretty decent tracks, and then you got like got a really cool opener, Money. I just like the way how it opens with the orchestra.
Yeah, holy crap.
And then it moves on to Vogue, and it's like this dancey, like kind of song that you'd hear in a club. And then moves on to Help Us Save Us, Take Us Away, and it just sounds like a song that's like, calm the fuck down. Or something. I guess I give it like a 6.
Whoa. A 6. That's cool though. That is cool. Totally down with that. Totally down with that. Because I hate to say it, Money is one of those albums. It's the kind of album that I always forget how much I love it until I turn it on. Because I don't go to it as often as I do with Naive or some of the others. I go to it more than UAIOE and Don't Blow Your Top and all that, but I don't go to it as much as Naive or the ones after it. But every time I turn it on, I'm like, damn, why don't I turn this on as often? Like, this shit is really damn good. And It's weird because there's a lot of albums like that, you know, and I'll always say that. Like take for instance, the Golden Age of Grotesque with Marilyn Manson. That's one that I'll always be like, that album, but then I'll turn it on and I'll be like, holy shit, this album is fucking awesome. But that's kind of how I am with this one. Is like I'll kind of always forget about it, and then I'll turn it on and I'll be like, damn, money, son, this is good. And yeah, shit, but I'll probably give this one I'll give this one an 8. I'll give it an 8 because I don't know, I love it. Help Us Save Us Take Us Away is my jam. Spiritual House, Sex on the Flag, man, I don't know, I really get down to this album. I really do.
I find myself listening to the singles a lot more than the actual album.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which there's nothing wrong with that either, man. Because, like, you're still jamming it. You're still jamming it. Even if it's the singles, you're still jamming it. You might not be hitting the deep cuts, but, you know, sometimes there's a reason why it's called a single. You know, it's the one that people can jam to the most. So I totally get that. I totally love it. Totally get it. Oh man. But can I take another smoke break?
Yeah, go for it.
You don't mind? What time is it over there? Because alright, I gotta tell you people, Nikky Virus lives in California. She is all the way onto the West Coast, and I'm over here all the way on the East Coast, on the Southeast here in Georgia. And right now it is 11:32. What time is it over there in California?
It is 8:32.
8:32, people. Is the sun still shining?
No, actually, sun is down. It's nighttime.
What time does the sun go down during the summer in California?
I think it goes down.
Like, when are you in complete darkness?
I think right now we're in it's pretty dark right now.
At 8:32, wow.
It's not that dark. It's still a little bit of light, but it's getting dark.
Crazy, man, crazy. Because over here during the summer, once summer's in full bloom, when like say June, July, almost 9:30, the sun is down, and I'm not a big summer fan. I am a fall and winter person all the way, because the sun is gone at like 6 p.m. over here during the winter and the fall, and I just like the night. And so I'm like, man, I hate the sun. But yeah, it's so crazy. I am speaking to you from the future.
That's cool. I'm all for that.
That is so crazy. But alright, I'm going to take another smoke break. I am on my 5th beer right now.
Gosh.
All
I've been drinking is water and eating cookies.
Right on. Because I especially since I'm talking to somebody new on here, you know, I like to be a little, it kind of like drops my guard, you know what I mean? So, and then I just like to get drunk and talk about things I like. So, I mean, it's the best of all worlds right here, right now. Completely what?
That's completely okay.
Yeah, right on. So, we will be back with Nikky Virus and the next KMFDM, one of my favorite KMFDM albums, in just a moment. Y'all hold tight.
Just so that you don't want to ruin your equipment.
Yeah, exactly. Don't want to ruin the equipment. You know, I got everything in here. The CDs, all of that. So, we're back, people. Sorry to leave you all hanging like that. Next is another KMFDM classic, one of my favorites. Right out of the bat, one of my favorite albums is 1993's Angst. Or if you want to use the German pronunciation, it's Angst. What do you have to say about Angst?
Oh, Angst. Such a classic. This is where we hear Sucks for the first time.
Yes.
Which is used as a either an opener or as a way to get an encore at the live show at the shows.
Yeah, you gotta scream, KMFDM sucks! KMFDM sucks! If you say it, they're gonna come back and they're gonna kill you with another face-melting fucking track.
And it's usually godlike.
Yeah, Godlike is so badass.
Yeah.
But this album, alright, we've mentioned the tropes. This album goes hard with the KMFDM hype tracks. There's like a couple tracks on here where you get the whole wear this and wear that, and like you mentioned, sucks, oh my god, I love it. The whole KMFDM sucks is fantastic. I mean, the lyrics on sucks, let me Google these real quick, because I believe I put this in. We did a podcast many years ago about like favorite albums from the 90s. And this was on my list. Man, sucks. The lyrics are so good. This is where you really get into the self-deprecating humor. Oh my god. Okay, I'm pulling them up. Pulling up the lyrics. Because there's some great shit on here. Lyric-wise. You have, we like talking dirty, we smoke and we drink, where KMFDM and all other bands stink. To open your song with that is so great. And then I love this one. Our music is sampled, totally fake. It's done by machines because they don't make mistakes. Love it. Oh my god, it's so funny. It is so good. And then we don't have no lyrics. Our message is nil. We hate all DJs. They're making us ill. Whatever we tell ya is meant to be crap. We hate all music, especially rap. And this one, I love this one too. We don't like Michael Jackson. We hate Depeche Mode. We don't care for Madonna or Kylie Minogue. That is so funny to me. It's so good. And what's crazy is, you know, I don't know much about Kylie Minogue except for the fact that she did a phenomenal song with Nick Cave, and I'm a massive Nick Cave fan. And Where the Wild Roses Grow is an amazingly beautifully dark song that she happens to be on. And then I like this one too, but then at the same time I'm like, oh, you really couldn't get away with this in 2019. But our records have stickers with a warning from Tipper, cause they're no good for kids. If we get her, we'd strip her. Now, do you think that would be acceptable in the 2019 landscape?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was a different time, folks. It was 1993. We weren't anywhere near where we are today as far as stuff like that. Like, I mean, that's kind of a, when you look back, you're like, ooh, that's a hard lyric right there. But there's a lot of bands that I listen to that I love that say things that I'm like, wow, you can't get away with that today. Like, number one, definitely being Frank Zappa. That man said some shit back in the day that's like, whoa, you cannot get away with that. Ween, another one. Ween, oh my god, they use the F word like it is not even funny, and I'm not talking about fuck. Oh my god. And then I love this line. KMFDM forward, the ultimate sound, and a message from Satan if you turn it around. Like, I love that so much. Oh my god, I love that so much. And then you might think we're stupid, but we're way above it. We don't give a shit, and the kids just love it. And what's so great is the fact that it's true. Because this is a joke song, obviously. It's a complete joke song. But what they're saying is definitely true. They're throwing down references. Obviously, the Depeche Mode reference is in there because the KMFDM stands for a bunch of German words that I'm not about to pronounce, but they mean no pity for the majority.
Want me to pronounce them for you?
Say what?
Do you want me to pronounce them?
Do it. If you can, do it all the way.
Kein Mitleid für die Mehrheit.
Exactly what she said. But people, I've heard two other versions of this. There's the big kill motherfucking Depeche Mode. So that's obviously why they throw Depeche Mode in there. Gotta be. But I was 7 years old when this happened, so what do I know? But then there's also one that I've heard a bunch of people say that KMFDM have yet to reference, and I guess it makes sense because it's kind of stupid. I don't know if you've heard this, but I've heard some people say kill mothers for drug money. Have you heard that one?
I've heard that one. I've heard kill motherfucking Depeche Mode. Kylie Minogue fans don't masturbate. Kill Madonna for drug money. There's just so many, and it's like, oh my god, like, I want to hear more.
Oh my god, I love that. I've never heard. Alright, kill Madonna for drug money is funny, but oh my god, I've never heard Kylie Minogue fans don't masturbate. I love that one. Yeah. That is amazing. Oh my god. That is amazing. I love it. And then the final is we wouldn't sell to a major for a couple of bucks. No doubt about it, KMFDM sucks. I love bands. There's 3 bands that I can think of right off of my head that use the sucks as a positive, as a comedic positive. And there's KMFDM, Green Jello, and Primus. And I like that, that bands can be self-aware and just be jokey and be funny and like, you know what, man, we're just making stuff that we like. You guys like it, we like it, let's have fun. And I love the hell out of that. And this album definitely relishes in that whole mystique. But give me some thoughts and words on Angst.
Angst. Light is a really great opener, and I love the way that it transitions to Drug Against War.
Yeah.
That transition is so cool, and I'm glad that it's not like overused in their music. So when you hear it, it's just, you know, it just sounds, you know.
Just totally right.
Yeah. And then blood, lust, glory. I like the lyrics on glory.
Glory. Let me find the lyrics on Glory. Man.
The lyric that I frequently quote, I guess you want to say, is education is more than what's taught in school. Forced in a mold, held down by threads. Decisions are made over our heads.
But there is no way to reuse or refuse and resist. We don't need to be ruled by the iron fist. And this is the one that brings back the rip the system continuity.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. This is when KMFDM are really saying something. Like you said, the education is more than what's taught in school. School is so streamlined and basic. You're learning this basic knowledge that in many ways is outdated. In many forms it's outdated. And it's so just controlled and streamlined. And it's like, yeah, people talk shit about street smarts, but what they don't understand is that street smarts basically means not that you're uneducated and you know things off of the streets. It means that you have this extra bit of knowledge that other people don't. And man, this song right here, religion and TV, we're under the thumb, prone to believe because we're already numb. I mean, this is a really serious song that says and brings up some pretty crazy issues that a lot people don't really talk about, and still to this day is incredibly relevant. And the common basis of a Western nation, official version, the falsified story, the truth lies buried in a shroud of glory. Such great shit right there in that little line, because it is, and it's always for ever since the beginning of time, it's been our way or nothing. And man, and in many ways that is sort of being contested, but at the same time, things are getting lost in the shuffle. But man, if you're right, Glory is one fantastic track.
Yeah, it's a song that really opens your mind.
Exactly. It makes you think. Because that's one thing I like about this band is they can have some funny stuff like Sucks, and some really eye-opening things like Glory and Rip the System. A lot of bands can't do that and succeed. But you're right, Light opens this album so good. And then Drug Against War, damn, that shit is hard. That is heavy. This album really embraces the guitar and the heavy metal side. And one thing I love is that KMFDM waited a while to sound like this. Because this is 1993. By this point, Nine Inch Nails had already embraced heavy metal. Ministries embraced heavy metal. Thrill Kill Cult was still doing their own thing. Skinny Puppy were still doing their own thing. But what was popular and what was on MTV in 93 next to the grunge guys and stuff, was the more heavy metal style of industrial. And so KMFDM waited a little while and then boom, come out with this one. And in many ways, this is one of my favorite. Well, it's among the many giants, because around this time you've got Psalm 69. I believe we've either already had or we're getting close to having the Downward Spiral by Nine Inch Nails. Like, this is a point where industrial was really starting to be paid attention to, and KMFDM picked the right time to sort of adopt some of the other things that were happening at the time. But at the same time, instead of sounding like they're doing it just to be like everyone else, they're still making it their own thing and completely unique. Because it doesn't sound like Ministry, and it doesn't sound like Nine Inch Nails. It just sounds like KMFDM with a little more guitar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And another thing I've wanted to say is the Brute album covers. Okay, one thing I love about his album covers is the whole, what is going on here? I've mentioned that already. But I love that it just seems like a random moment in time in some random people's lives. Like, what's happening here? Is that like a jealous lover behind the man who is embracing this other woman? What's going on here? I mean, oh my god. But I'm gonna let you speak. What do you have any more to say about Angst?
Not really, other than that it's just a really great album and that it's so iconic.
It is definitely
The
iconic.
Drug Against War is definitely an iconic KMFDM song, and
That is definitely true.
I feel that a song on here that doesn't get enough attention is No Peace, and I don't want to say The Problem.
Yeah, The Problem and No Peace, definitely great tracks. The whole album is so good to me. I love this one from start to finish. There are no flaws. No Peace. What are the lyrics on No Peace? And what sucks is I listened to all these albums over the passing weeks, but I would be cleaning or driving to work, you know. But I had to listen, you know, to get prepared for this podcast. Without rhyme, without reason, every day is public treason. No peace for the people and a handful of fools. How much longer will ignorance rule? See, yeah, this album gets really hardcore with the sort of wokeness, you know? We're getting off. You have to know that we've had enough. So face it, the piece is a mess, or the place is a mess, I'm sorry. No good for you, act like you should. We were doomed from the start. No doubt for the choices to hold. What do you like about this song? Why do you think this is one of those underrated tracks?
I just feel like this song, it has a lot of meaning, but it's not as recognized as Glory.
And that is true. As I read the lyrics now, that is so true. Because this one is a little more vague. This one, Glory's very spelled out. This one is very. It can be about anything. The downfall of society, the downfall of the government, the downfall of many things, and just even a person as an individual not standing up for something. Something as little as that. This song can be about. It's your turn to fight. So what do you know? How does it feel? Now it's your turn to fight. No peace without justice, and that's for real. Just really good shit happening here. You're right. It does not get as recognized as Glory, and maybe would you wonder? All right, follow me here. Would you wonder the fact that this one, since this one is more vague and can be about a lot of things, whereas Glory is very spelled out, would you think that Glory gets more recognition because it's spelled out?
I'm sorry, there was another person in the room.
Did you hear me?
Well, what was your question? Yeah, what was your question again? I'm sorry.
The question was, you had said that this one is a little underrated, very unrecognized, as opposed to Glory. Now, Glory is very spelled out, where this one is a little more vague. Now, would you say that Glory is more recognized because it's spelled out?
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah?
I just...
Because more people, I guess, could understand it. At least the way I see it. Maybe more people... There's something easy for the masses to be like, okay, I know what this song is about. Whereas this one sort of forces you to think. And almost you can put yourself in here and be like, well, damn, maybe I should do something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're totally right. This song does not get the amount of praise it deserves. Oh my god. Wow. Fuck. Yeah, this is some good shit. Fuck, man. Angst does it for me. The real heavy side, the heavy beats, the hype tracks. I mean, this whole album is a hype track, man. Lust, oh my god. Light, A Drug Against War. I mean, could it get... I mean, maybe it can, but can it get any better than this? I mean, oh my god. So, do you have any final thoughts, and what is your rating for Angst?
Not really. I mean, I'd like to give Angst a good 8.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So 8 is definitely up there. Me, I'd probably give it an 8 too. And this one, this is the moment where the guitars get heavier and you get into the more, because things only get heavier from here for a moment. I mean, this is the KMFDM that everybody knows, where it's heavy metal, badass beats, lyrics against oppression of all kinds, and a bit of comedy. Like everything, every puzzle piece is in there. Now it's just time to sort of expand on the project. They have used the last couple albums to find their footing, and each release since at least UAIOE has found a piece of the puzzle, and instead of dropping them, they have always continued with what works and added more to it, as opposed to we're just going to write this off and do something. We're just going to do a 180. This is a definite 8. Definite fucking 8. Angst is definitely one of my favorite KMFDM albums of all time. I mean, I don't know. It's so fucking good. Is it one of your favorites of all time? Like, I mean... What do you think? Nikki?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, is Angst one of your favorites of all time? Like,
Yeah, Angst is one of my favorites. I mean, I even had to buy the shirt in the 2 different colors.
Awesome. Right on.
Yeah, the shirt in orange, it looks so cool. I had to buy it. Wish I could have bought the vinyl, but I can't afford the vinyl.
Was it like really expensive?
Yeah, and then there was like a metal cover.
Oh.
It was like custom.
Damn, that's cool.
It looks really cool. But they wanted it more than the vinyl itself.
Yeah, because you're paying for that cover. Like, that's all there is to it. You're paying for that exclusivity. And me, I'm a sucker for that kind of shit, too. I am a sucker for that kind of shit. And next, the next album is, we have 4 more albums to talk about. Because we're doing post-breakup. I should have said this when I told the people it was going to be a 2-episode deal. Post-breakup and then, or not post-breakup, but pre-breakup and then post-breakup. And pre-breakup, or no, post-breakup we'll start with MDFMK before we get into Attack. So right now, 1995, one of my favorite years as a child. Nile, how do you pronounce this? I've always said Nil.
I pronounce it as Nile.
Nile? Like, what is this supposed to be, like nihilistic?
Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to be.
Okay, so that makes sense to say Nile. So this is another KMFDM first, but not a first of many. This one does not feature artwork by Brute.
Yeah, it's done by Bill Rieflin's wife, Francesca,
Yeah.
who recently passed away.
Yeah, rest in
last
peace.
week, I think.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Incredibly sad. But even though it's not a Brute album cover, it still sort of has that KMFDM style. You can definitely tell the difference. You can look at this and be like, this is not Brute. But it fits that KMFDM style, and damn if it's not a really good fucking piece of art. You've got this smoking volcano in the background. You've got this fairly aggravated looking woman with a bee over her head. You've got this, this cool background. Some it looks like a little lake or something, and some hills and some grass. It's a really cool album cover to me because there's just so much to look at, and I'm just wondering, what's the deal with this bee?
I'm not sure.
Like, is he?
I don't.
Is he about to sting her, or has he stung her already?
I don't know. I remember when I first saw that album cover, I was just thrown off by it because it wasn't Brute. And I was just like, I don't understand this cover. And why is it called Nile? I was just so confused by it. But when I listened to the album, it's like, but it's a great fucking album. But why Nile? Why this album cover? I just have like so many questions about it.
Seriously. And you were right. This is a great fucking album. Oh my god. This one... I can see this being a lot of people's first. You never forget your first. And holy crap. Like you and I said, Juke Joint Jezebel. Oh my god. I love that song. The soulful singing. The revelation. See the revelation. Oh my god, I love that so much.
So much fun to sing.
Huh?
It's so much fun to sing.
Yeah, exactly. Closer now. See the revelation. Oh my god, it's such a good song. And the beat, the guitar, just holy crap. And for it to be like you and I, our introduction in the Mortal Kombat movie during the Sonya Blade and Kano fight. I mean, wow. And it's, I hate to say it, because I love the version on here, but the version on the Mortal Kombat soundtrack kind of gets to all the good parts quicker. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I like about that, the Mortal Kombat version. It just gets to the point, you know?
Yeah, like it gets to the point and it's boom, right there. You get that cool freakish sound, that bow, 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 bow. Oh my god, it's such a good fucking song. Damn it. And I have no idea what he's talking about. I am the spirit that will rise. Oh, but damn it, it's such a great song, man. Oh god, I love the hell out of this. It being my first KMFDM song ever, it is still ingrained in my memory. For all eternity. And the lady singing the revelation, her name is Jennifer Ginsburg, something like that. But just wow. Really good stuff. I mean, this song to me, I hate to say it, this song to me makes the whole album. Makes the whole album. An album of pure bangers. Juke Joint Jezebel, to me, is a major centerpiece. What are your thoughts, Nikki, on Nil or Nile?
Nil. It's a great KMFDM album. It's another one it's very iconic, and a lot of people when they refer to KMFDM, they say check out Nile. That's like the most referred album out of anything else that is referred to. And I read this interview that Sasha did that he personally does not like Juke Joint Jezebel.
I know why.
And he said that he wanted what was the song? It was a KMFDM and Pig song that they did called Secret Skin, which is, one of my personal favorites. I think the KMFDM and Pig side project is really good.
Yeah, KMFDM
he wanted to put he wanted to put Secret Skin instead of Juke Joint Jezebel. So after reading that interview, I went on my computer and I put the Nile album, but I took out Juke Joint Jezebel and I put Secret Skin. And Sasha, I remembered in the interview, Sasha says that instead of Juke Joint Jezebel, Secret Skin gives the album a different feel. And he was not wrong about that. And plus, it transitions nicely to the song Flesh.
Oh, really?
You know how, like, the guitar is like feedback, and then all of a sudden, Flesh starts playing. I just like the way how it transitions.
Wow, I knew he didn't like Juke Joint Jezebel all that much, but I had no idea the massive history behind that with Secret Skin, because like you said, I really love the crap out of Pig vs. KMFDM, and Secret Skin is damn good, but I never thought about putting it where the artist believes it belongs. And the fact that you did that and you have something to say, I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this. Holy crap. And you said that it transitions so well into Flesh. Wow.
Looks like it really belongs there.
Wow. Damn. And I hate that he doesn't like the song, because damn it, I fucking love the song. It is my jam, and it's been my jam since I was a 9-year-old little boy. And I am 33 now. Holy crap. But damn it, man. Wow, that's a cool story. That is a really cool story. But you're right. This is the KMFD album, or KMFDM album, that everyone, major fan or not, sort of knows about. And in many ways, Juke Joint Jezebel is kind of one of the reasons. But it's a handful of things. It's Juke Joint Jezebel. It's Mortal Kombat. It's the video game and the movie. It's also the fact that the song Ultra's on there. A lot of people know Ultra more than anything else as well. And
Oh, yeah.
I mean, damn, but wow, this is another one of my favorites all the way, hands down. Juke Joint Jezebel. I'm going to say Nile all the way. Nile is my shit. Flesh, Beast. I think Beast throws the kicking ass lyrics back in. Terror, Search and Destroy, Disobedience, Revolution, Brute, Brutalize Me, I will heal. Oh, I love it. And then the little hidden track, Nile, or Nile. I should say Nile. It makes more sense, but I'm so used to saying Nile.
Yeah.
Man, all the way through. This album, heavy on the guitars like the last one, but man, if the beats aren't so fucking good. God, this one bumps. This is like where
it's really good.
You gotta have a great little stereo system, turn the bass up, man, and you got an arcade going on. Like, you've got so much bump in this freaking album. It is so good. Oh, I love it so much. Holy crap. Do you have any more to say about Nile?
Um, I gotta say that Disobedience is a personal favorite of mine.
Yeah?
Yeah, it definitely is. Especially after hearing Raymond Watts perform it live. When
Yeah.
I saw him perform that year, they did that song, and I was just like so head over heels about it afterwards.
And
And
that is so cool.
and a friend of mine, he has his own band called Machines with Human Skin.
Yeah.
He's on SoundCloud as well, and he is doing a cover of that song, and it just sounds fucking amazing.
Awesome. What are they called? Machines with human skin?
Yeah.
I'm going to definitely check them out too. I'm going to put just because I know you people want to know, I'm going to put their link in the bio too, or the description too. Because I got to hear this, and other people should hear it too. What's the word I'm looking for? Support artists. Any kind of artist. Holy crap. But yeah, what is so cool about, alright, you going to see Raymond Watts play with Pig. It is so cool that he'll play some KMFDM tracks. Obviously, they're tracks that he's a part of, so in many ways it's as much his song as it is a KMFDM song. But a lot of artists don't do that, and that's a shame. But it's cool that you can go to a Raymond Watts concert, a Pig concert, and get your Pig fix and your KMFDM fix in the same go.
Yeah, I like that he does that. He does the songs that he did vocals on, or
Yeah.
or the songs that he collaborated. Even like their side project stuff. I like that he does those songs live as well.
Like, that is awesome.
And not just newer songs. Like, oh, we're only gonna play a set of just new songs, and that's it. We're not gonna play our old stuff that other people love.
Right, because a lot of bands will use the old stuff that people love as like the encore or the last song,
Yeah.
And I wonder if Tim Skold plays any KMFDM stuff from his time with the group.
Tim Skold was actually in San Francisco. I think it was like a week ago.
Yeah.
And I heard from a friend on Facebook that he actually does play KMFDM songs.
Yeah?
Or he puts KMFDM songs in his set, but pretty much like the only KMFDM song that he does is Anarchy.
I figured it would be Anarchy. Because Anarchy feels a lot like a standard Tim Skold kind of track. And so I really figured he would do Anarchy.
Yeah, there's other songs that he's done with KMFDM, but Anarchy, that's like his most popular with the KMFDM fan base.
That's the one most people really remember.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to say that, and we'll get to this when we get to Adios, but I kind of want to say, what is it? Is it Today? Today kind of feels like almost like it has a very similarity to Anarchy for me. I don't know. Maybe because it's very ballady at a point. I don't know. But we're not talking about those. We're talking about Nile. Man, Nile's so good. Oh, man. And it's so cool because over here in Georgia, we don't have any of the artists I love in town, or I mean, with even a handful of miles away. And we'll get Guar in Atlanta every once in a while. We saw we saw Muse in Atlanta. That was cool, but it's fairly rare. And if you live in Georgia, Atlanta is not a place you normally want to go to, because Atlanta is pretty ridiculous. As far as like traffic and just all around craziness. But I mean, it's cool. You get all these people, coming very close to you. You know, that's cool as shit. So.
After
Damn.
a while, it just gets to be like too much money.
Right, I hate it. I really do. I really hate it. And we saw Muse for free. It was amazing. For some reason, they were playing, and it was an outside thing, and it was free. We got there. We brought the camera. We filmed the whole fucking concert, and then the power shut off. And yeah, I'm like, oh my god, we got this on tape. It's so awesome. And so, anyway, Nile, do you have anything else to say about Nile? And then give me a rating. What would you rate it?
I'm gonna give Nile a 9.
Yes.
Because it really deserves it. I'm sure for everybody else it'll be 10.
Yeah, because I'm giving it a 10. All the way. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, on this podcast, I throw 10s out a lot. If it's something I can listen to all the way through without skipping a track, why not give it a 10?
Yeah.
I enjoy the whole damn thing. It really it improves on a lot of the stuff from Angst, while at the same time it brings the beats in heavier. It brings the guitars in real heavy, and I don't know, it's just a fun ass record all the way through. And it was my first. I mean, I'm gonna just be a douche and be like, oh my god, just because of like Juke Joint Jezebel, it's my favorite. But I mean, it's not my number one favorite, but I mean, holy crap, top 3 at least. Spoiling it now, people. So you know what one of the top 3 is. This is just a phenomenal album, and I would hate it because I am sure there's like these elite fans, these elitists who are like, ugh, that's the one that everyone goes to, so this is the one that I'm not gonna listen to. And I'm like, dude, you're not fucking getting the point, bro. Anyway. Great freaking album. Another great starting point, too. Like we had said that Naive was a good starting point. This is another one of those great starting points. Especially if you want a little more on the rocky side, as opposed to like, because at this point that 80s sound is gone. It is all gone. At this point, things sound a little more 90s rave. Things sound more heavy metal. The guitars are more grindy. At this point, the 80s have left the building. And we are full force in the 90s, 1995, all of it's happening. So, what happens next in the world of KMFDM? We have another personal favorite. Oh my god. Extort. Nikky.
Extort.
Nikky.
This is my personal favorite.
Yes? Oh my god.
It's my personal favorite.
Oh.
In fact, I'm wearing that shirt.
Oh, you're wearing the shirt?
I'm wearing the shirt.
Right on. Guess what? It's my personal favorite as well.
Nice.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that crazy? Give me some thoughts. Give me some thoughts on Extort, Nikki.
Extort. It just sounds like. What do you want to call it? Like, to me, it reminds me of retro video games. It just sounds like Nintendo and not drum and bass, but you know.
Yeah.
It has that classic Amen break and the song Son of a Gun.
Oh my god, Son of a Gun.
I just love how this album is put together. It's got distortion, it's fast, not a single slow song. It just keeps, it's just so upbeat.
Seriously. Oh my god.
And the classic Son of a Gun animated music video with the superhero flying around.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Watch out. Son of a gun, superhero #1. That's so oh my god, I love this album.
Yeah.
Personal favorite all the way. Totally agree. This one, it's another one that really jumps on the one of my all-time favorite. It has one of my all-time favorite KMFDM hype tracks. Inane. Holy crap. If Inane isn't so much fucking fun, because the lyrics are all just sort of naming off album titles, song titles, and just lyrics and references to albums past. Oh, it's so good. It's a cool little history kind of... It's a song that people won't appreciate unless you've heard all those earlier albums. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is such a fun track. I mean, oh my god, you're so naive. Come on, get real. Like, oh my god, it's so good. I love Inane. It is so good. It's one that, man, it gets me so high because I'm like, fuck, KMFDM. At it again. Oh my god, it's so good. Man, it is so good.
A personal favorite of mine off that album is Rules.
Rules is freaking awesome too.
I love Chris Connolly.
Chris Connolly. Yeah. Now, who is he? Where is he from? I am Wikipediaing this man now.
He's from Revolting Cocks.
Revolting Cocks?
One of
what?
Ferguson's projects.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Sadly, I've only got the live Revolting Cocks album from back in the day. I don't even remember what it's called. It's a little hard to run across some damn Revolting Cocks shit. I've got a handful of Lard albums with Jello Barfia or whatever and Al Jurgensen, but man, I've only got that live Revolting Cocks. Damn. Who is... Wow, that's freaking cool. Because at this point, you still have... Wow, where is... Wow. Whoa, N.Esh is only credited to a voice on track 1 and a guitar solo on track 6. So... At this point, you're already starting to notice the split.
Yeah.
Because the main musicians here is a Mark Durante, Sasha Canietzo, Bill Rieflin.
Bill Rieflin.
Yeah, and Gunter. Gunter, who has been on every album previous. Gunter is like the silent member that no one ever talks about. And I am guilty of that. Like, Gunter's been there since, like, the beginning, but no one talks about him. They all talk about Inesh and Sasha, and no one says anything about Gunter. Poor Gunter. We love you, Gunter. This man does bass, guitar, piano, mixing, and photography. This is an all-around guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
But, oh my god, Apathy. The guitar intro on Apathy is so awesome because it doesn't match the rest of the song. You know what I mean? Like, it is such a rockin' freaking little riff, and then the song does its own thing. Let me play that real quick for the people. Oh, wait a minute. I am so awful. Wrong song. I'm thinking of a wrong song. Which track has that sort of leady kind of do no. No, it's not that one. Let me see. It is not that one. It is not that one.
Kind of sounds like Dogma.
It's not Dogma. So, okay, what about? Oh, it's Blame. Blame is the one with the riff that sort of doesn't match. Okay. Oh my god. I feel like a jackass. I'm sorry, people. Kill me in the comments. Like the intro to this show says, the most unprofessional music critics on the internet. I mean, now, a little bit of history here, Nikki. Me and my buddy David, the last Korn album that came out, we talked about it.
Uh-huh.
We were declared the worst Korn fans on the internet. So, I embrace it. But, and you mentioned Dogma. Dogma is so fucking good. That lady... Who is the lady who speaks on Dogma?
Nicole Blackman.
The stuff that she says is so fucking good. It is so true. Dogma is one of those ultimate cyberpunk tracks to me, where it's all about opening your mind and, just realizing what's happening around you. This is the kind of thing that I would see in a cyberpunk movie, All we want is a head rush. All we want is to get out of our skin for a while. We have nothing to lose because we don't have anything. Anything we want, anyway. We used to hate people, now we just make fun of them. It's more effective that way. We don't live, we just scratch on day to day, with nothing but matchbooks and sarcasm in our pockets. And all we are waiting for is something worth waiting for. It's such a great song lyrically. And I like the fact that it's not sung. I like the fact that it is spoken, and it sort of demands your attention a little more this way as opposed to it being sung.
I feel like the song is it's like this album's version of Glory.
Exactly, because she's straight up telling you what the song is about. Like, I mean, it's all there. Let's admit, America gets the celebrities we deserve. Let's stop saying, don't quote me, because if no one quotes you, you probably haven't said anything worth saying. It's one of those that it's all spelled out for you right there. But it's very blunt. And I think the reason it works for me, like I said, is the fact that it's spoken as opposed to sung. Because it just sounds like someone standing up there just telling you what's happening, and it's telling you what maybe we're not noticing yet. And I think it's, in many ways, I think it's more effective than Glory. Like we had talked about how, what was the other song we were talking about that was sort of very underrated, where it wasn't as spelled out and all of that, but I think Glory being spelled out and sung made it easier for people to get into, whereas this, since it's being spoken word amongst crazy noise, I think it works better. It feels very very cyberpunk, and it makes you feel like you're a part of this underground group getting ready to do something.
This album, it kind of feels like, kind of gives me an Atari Teenage Riot kind of vibe to it.
What? Atari Teenage Riot? Oh my god. Love Atari Teenage Riot. Glad you brought them up, because it reminds me of them too, especially the song we were just talking about, Dogma, because Atari Teenage Riot, yeah, they're shouting everything at you the whole time, but they're saying the same thing in many ways, just straight up, fuck yeah, burn, 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 burn it, burn. Like, I fucking love Atari Teenage Riot, man. That is like my go-to if I'm wanting to feel pumped up and piss the neighbors off at the same time. Atari Teenage Riot all the way.
Yeah, definitely.
All the damn way. Holy crap. And
It's like you said, Atari Teenage Riot is yelling at your face about all the shit that the government is doing, but this album or KMFDM, they're just telling it to you like you're a human being.
yeah. Exactly.
While Atari Teenage Riot is just getting so frustrated because they've had to say it so many times that they just started yelling at you.
That is so true. Oh my god, that is so true. Because I'm not gonna lie, I love Atari Teenage Riot, but sometimes I gotta be in the mood for it.
Yeah.
Whereas, like you said, this
After a
album, huh?
Maybe like after a couple of, like, I don't know, energy drinks and listen to Atari Teenage Riot, and that'll get me pumped up.
Right on. Seriously, like, you gotta be ready to break some shit. Like, you gotta be at that point. But if I'm driving down the road, just chilling, if I'm driving to the grocery store, this is a little easier than some Atari Teenage Riot. But I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I don't mind turning on some ATR and driving to the grocery store, some random place, and having that shit cranked just so people can fucking stare at me. Definitely. Wow. Yeah, I love that you get the ATR vibe on here, because I get an ATR vibe too. And I read that it was because they apparently went on tour with ATR and sort of adopted some of their techniques on this album.
That makes sense.
And, but wow, man, this whole album, Blame, Son of a Gun, Icons, Wrath, even the Fairy hidden track. I love it. It is so good. And she was blue as the bluest sky. Like, I love the shit out of that. Craze.
It makes me laugh.
Yeah, it's so funny. Because the whole album, you're listening to this aggressive album. And then at the end, you get to this nice little sort of poem thing with this goofy music in the background. It's so great. So damn great. But yeah, the whole album, start to fucking finish. This is definitely the personal favorite. This is my number one. So whenever we do a top 10 KMFDM albums, everyone already knows what number one is for me.
Mm-hmm.
But there is nothing wrong with that.
No.
All the way. My rating, 10 out of 10. All the way. Extort.
Mine too.
10 out of 10 for you?
Mine too.
Right on. This album is just so fucking good. So fucking good. So we have, what is this? 2 more albums to talk about. We are at a point in KMFDM history where things are starting to sort of change a little bit, but not in a bad way, not in a bad way at all. Now we are touching on the album that is mostly known as Symbols, and some people call it Icons because Icons is a 5-letter word. But the reason we call it Symbols is because it's just 5 random ass, I guess in today's day and age, emojis.
Emojis.
Yeah, the KMFDM emojis.
Oh God.
Because you don't really have, you have a, what is that? An explosion, a skull, a bomb, a squiggly, and a squash? Somebody smashed a spider? What? I don't understand it. And then, again, I love the album cover because it's like this lady with, what is that? Is that a metal glove thingy with claws on her hands? And she's just slapped the fuck out of this man. And you can just hear him screaming by the way he is talking. Because the last 2 albums, we've gone back to Brute after Nile. And so we're back on Brute with your familiar art style. But this album is the first one with apparently a KMFDM favorite. Apparently a lot of people love Tim Scold with KMFDM. What do you think? Are you a big fan of Tim Scold with KMFDM? You heard me?
Sorry, you were kind of glitching right there.
Wow, you know what's funny is you were kind of glitching as you said that. But no, back to the question. Apparently a lot of people love Tim Scold with KMFDM. How do you feel about that? Are you a big fan of Tim Scold with KMFDM?
I like Tim Scold. He's a cool musician. I like his solo projects.
Yeah.
Like his solo stuff. It's really good. I like his, especially his debut solo album. You know, he's got some popular songs off that, like Chaos. I think another one's called Remember.
Yeah.
And you know, those are really good songs. And him with KMFDM, it feels kind of natural.
It does. It really does.
So when he had to leave, you know, later on, for whatever reason, it was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know why he left. Did he leave on attack? Or did he show up on World War III?
He wasn't on World War III.
Okay.
I think after Attack, he just focused on his own stuff.
Okay. Well, shit, I guess around the time World War III happened was when he joined Marilyn Manson, if you think about it. Because Golden Age of Grotesque came out in 2003 for Marilyn Manson, and, World War III came out in 2003, and Attack was in 2002. So yeah, I guess that would make sense. He kind of left to go do some Marilyn Manson stuff and do his own thing. But yeah, man, for some reason, Tim Skold really fits the bill here. And sadly, this is a point where, especially on the next album, you're really feeling the absence of In-Esh. I mean, it's getting to the point where they're about to break up. Huh?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, huh. Yeah, it's so sad, but this is what year is this? 1998 it came out? Well, actually 97. This album has another phenomenal track from a Mortal Kombat movie, Megalomaniac, which, weirdly enough, like we had mentioned on Nile, that the Mortal Kombat version gets to all the good stuff quicker. The Mortal Kombat version, the Mortal Kombat Annihilation version of Megalomaniac does the same thing. It gets to all the good shit quicker. Whereas the version on here is a little over 6 minutes long. And it's still a freaking banger, but sometimes it's easier to go to that Mortal Kombat version and be like, boom, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But damn it, I love that track. What are your thoughts on Symbols here?
Symbols is another personal favorite of mine, and it was my first KMFDM album.
Awesome.
Like a couple months ago, I actually got to buy this on CD, and I like the booklet. It's like attached to the CD case. It's not like, from what I can remember, it's not really something you can just take out and look at, I guess.
Wow, really?
It's just like part of it, I think. I'm not completely sure. It's been a while since I've actually looked at it, you know.
Damn, because the version I have is just a standard jewel case with the booklet. That's cool what you got going on over there.
Yeah, I really love this album. I even have a poster of it, and it's I think it's a promo poster, and it's autographed by Sasha, Tim, and Ash, Gunther, and another guy named, I think it's John or Jim DeSalvo. I think that's what his name is. I think he was like a live drummer or something. But it's signed by all the members. I have it framed in my room.
You were glitching out so bad there. Oh, you were glitching out so bad. But
So are you.
but it is okay. Because I pretty much understood what you were saying. And I hope our listeners understand. But keep going, keep talking. You have a badass poster signed by everybody in your room?
Yeah.
That is fucking cool.
And, was it done?
Huh?
Huh?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know where we're at right now. Oh my god. So, can you hear me okay?
A little bit.
Okay. You're glitching out a little bit where it kind of sounds like you're on auto-tune.
That's how you sound too.
Oh yeah, so we're both glitching out a little bit.
Yeah. Sound like a Kesha song.
Yes. Oh my god. Alright, so check this out. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to hang up and then call you back. Alright, are you good with that? Alright, do I got you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Awesome, you sound perfect right now.
You're still kind of glitching.
Oh yeah? Damn. That sucks. 'Cause
Yeah,
you sound...
I don't know why.
That's weird. Really weird. But that's the internet for you, I guess. So, give me some thoughts on symbols.
Well, let's see. Megalomaniac. That song actually took a while for me to like get around to.
Wow.
Because I wasn't comfortable with like electronic music at the time.
Oh.
So I just kind of like forced myself to listen to it, and then eventually I was just like, you know what? Like, eventually I was just like, I love this fucking song.
Yeah.
That was sort of like my introduction to electronic music.
Wow. That is cool. Because I love...
And,
Oh my god. Go ahead. Keep saying. Keep talking. Keep talking.
and you know that Anarchy is like the first song that I've heard by KMFDM. Waste is such an interesting track to end the album with, because it's fast, and then it's just interesting, and it ends with somebody's vomiting.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, I don't know.
Waste is definitely one of those cool ass noise tracks. Yeah, the guy vomiting. But man, Megalomaniac is my jam, yo. That's another one of those KMFDM hype tracks, that KMFDM. Badder than the best. Megalomaniacal and harder than the rest. I just love that shit. Oh god, I just love that shit. You can hear me, right?
A little bit. You're kind of glitching out.
Yeah, you're kind of glitching out too. We're talking about these. We're sounding like some Kesha songs here, like Nikki had just said. But yeah, Stray Bullet is another one of my favorites. I love the Stray Bullet, I'm a barrel of love. Stray bullet from the heavens above. Stray bullet, I'm ready or not. I'm the illegitimate son of God. Like, I love the gunshots. Like, the gunshots are so cool in that moment for me. And, Light on Island. Whatever. When it comes to a lot of the... Huh?
Light on the island.
Yeah, Light on the Island.
Light on the island. That's the
Sorrow?
German for sorrow and misery.
Yeah. And that's a fucking awesome song. And I love Mercy and Torture and Spit Sperm. Like you said, this one being a personal favorite. This is a pretty personal favorite to me too. It's pretty crazy. Anarchy, like you said, one of those very well known Tim Skuld tracks. That I killed a king. Na na na. Na na na. When I had first bought this album, my mother-in-law, she's a German lady, and she's always interested whenever I'm playing any kind of music that is of German descent. But when it got to Anarchy, she was like, "That sounds like Duran Duran." I'm like, "What?" And then I started thinking about it, and I'm like, whoa. The lyrical flow is very similar to Hungry Like the Wolf, and it's very much true. Like, I'm hot on the prowl, na 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 na, and I'm hungry like the wolf. And this one, that I killed a king, na na na.
I'm gonna think of when I hear it.
Say what? Say that again.
Now that's what I'm gonna think of when I listen to Anarchy.
Yeah, you'll never be able to unhear it. Oh. But yeah, Anarchy is so good. Down and Out. Unfit. Unfit, I love. And like you said, Waste. Waste is such a cool noise track. Like, oh my god. Damn it, I love this album. But what, I wonder, you've also got Ogre. Ogre is on this album. Shit. My internet is running shitty as fuck, yo. But Ogre does vocals on Torture. What's up? What's got you giggling over there? What has you giggling over there, Nikki?
I'm trying to fix this because this sounds like shit.
It does, doesn't it? It sounds like awful shit. In fact, I am going to just... I have so many...
Oh, if there was a problem with the network.
Probably so, because you're sounding pretty good right now. Am I sounding alright?
I don't know what the... Or connection.
Because you sound great to me right now. Well, I don't know, that sounded like an auto-tune laugh.
Huh? Really? Because on my computer it says poor connection.
Say what?
On my computer it says poor connection. I don't know why. I'm still sitting in a building that has really that has all the Wi-Fi bars.
Weird. Me too. Me too. But I think it's because, like, it's weird. My studio was, like, added onto this house. And the Wi-Fi, like, really doesn't penetrate these walls as well. And so I've got this extender piece connected in here. And I still get some decent internet in the studio. What on earth is that? What was that noise? Nikki. Nikki. Nikky Virus. Are you there? People, I think we've lost Nikki. We heard 2 submarine sonar radar deals. And I think we've lost Nikki. Let me end call. I am ending the call. And then I'm going to call her back. And see what happens. Weird. That is not the standard Skype noise. There it is. There it is. There it is. Are you there?
No.
Ah! That's hilarious. I heard these 2 weird submarine sonar radar noises, and then I wasn't hearing you, and I'm like, probably gonna have to call her back. Crazy, we're on the last 2 fucking albums, and we're having all these problems.
I know.
But right now you're sounding pretty good to me. How are things on your end?
Okay, now you're starting to sound a little better.
Awesome. Okay, so hopefully it lasts.
Oh, wait, I spoke too soon.
Oh no. So I guess give me some thoughts and a rating on Symbols.
Symbols and give it a 9. 9 out of 10.
Hell yeah. Symbols is your shit.
I find myself listening to that album constantly, like almost more than anything else.
Almost more than anything else?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back, people, after all these technical difficulties. I've had to move the production outside on the porch, and right now here in Georgia it is 1:25, and we're having a whole lot of fun. So, you gave Symbols a 9. You said you turned this on more than pretty much anything else, am I correct?
Yeah.
That is awesome. That is freaking awesome. Whoa. Alright, I have pecan trees, so if you hear loud booms, that's pecans landing on my roof. Out here. So, anyway. I can totally agree with that, man. Oh my god. I can give this one a 9. Because like you said, for some reason, Tim's Gold just fits. I love the electronica sound going on here. And in 97, electronica was king. That's when you got some of the great shit, like, I believe, Vegas from Chemical Brothers. Not Chemical Brothers. Oh my god, I'm so awful. I'm so drunk right now. Vegas from Crystal Method. And Dig Your Own Hole from Chemical Brothers. This is when Daft Punk came out, so like electronica was king at this moment. And for KMFDM to really get a little more electro on this one, kind of makes me happy. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it totally works. I hate to say it, I am a bigger fan when KMFDM does go a little more electro. There's just something about it that totally works for me. Because, I mean, I love heavy metal music and I love electronic music, and both together form a perfect baby. But I don't know, KMFDM works when they bump hardcore. So, like you, I definitely go with a 9. So, the last album, the final album we're talking about tonight, is sadly what would have been the final KMFDM album. For a minute there, for about 2 years, 3 years. I mean, the breakup didn't last long at all. N.Esh was, ever since Money, it seemed like he was on the way out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because if you listen to post-breakup KMFDM, you hear a lot more of the extort, definitely the Symbols era. You know, you hear a lot more of this stuff after Naive, and mostly after Money kind of stuff from KMFDM. And I hate that they broke up for a minute there, but in retrospect, maybe it was for the best. You know, maybe he had to restructure what the band was going to be. But at the same time, we wound up getting this amazing send-off. What do you think about Adios? 1999's Adios. You there?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on 1999's Adios?
Adios is an interesting way. It was just an interesting end of an era. Let me pull up the track. Let's see real quick. So you have the opening track, Adios. They're pretty much just saying goodbye in like different languages. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Psychophant. I don't really get what Psychophant's about. And then DIY. DIY is a really cool track. I was listening to some classical music, like, I don't remember how long ago, but I remember I was at my friend's house listening to some classical music on my headphones, and I recognized this part, and I was like, this sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Like, I just had to take off my headphones and I had to like think. I was just like, where is it from? Where have I heard it? And then I realized, holy shit, that's from DIY.
Wow.
So I pulled up DIY and I listened to it, and then I played that song that I was listening to, and I'm just like comparing it, and I was just like, oh yeah, they definitely sampled that.
That is.
It was, I think it was a Beethoven song.
A who song?
It was a song by Beethoven.
Wow. That's amazing. Cause
Yeah, I think it was by Beethoven.
now, are you talking about the amazing, bombastic, bum 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 that?
No, it's a little after that. Like once it starts to get kind of mellow.
Oh, the
Yeah, that part.
That is so cool. I
That
never.
part is just pretty much loop.
That is so damn
I,
cool.
I didn't know that part was sampled. I thought it was just created by them.
That is so.
And let's see today.
That is so.
Today is such an emotional track. There's another version of this. Well, actually, it's actually sung by Peter Murphy instead of Tim Skold.
What?
And it just sounds so. It doesn't really have the same feeling.
Yeah.
But it just, it just feels different. But when Tim Skold sings it, you feel the emotion and everything that he's, when he sings, other than Peter Murphy. Not that Peter Murphy's a bad singer. It's just, depending on the song,
Yeah.
depending who sings it or who plays it, it's a different feeling.
That is freaking cool.
Witness, I guess it's supposed to be about UFOs.
Yeah, Witness is awesome.
Talking about a spaceship will come and take us away. I was like, yeah, that's definitely about UFOs.
Definitely. Oh man.
That's all. That's all is another ogre song that I like. That was actually supposed to be like performed on the last tour that they did, but they never got to rehearse it, so it was never performed live.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of people were bummed about that.
I'd be bummed
But
too.
Boomaier got its live debut.
Damn. But this, oh my god, Adios, like you said, it's a weird send-off.
Yeah.
But damn, if it's not another personal favorite. This one, oh my god. Like you said, DIY is so fucking awesome. DIY is another one of those awesome hype tracks with the, I love the line, ends with an M, begins with a K. I love that shit. Adios. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Adios almost feels like he's sort of, it almost feels very personal. It almost feels like he's speaking directly to Inesh in a few ways.
Yeah.
And if you look at it that way, you feel this bit of frustration that Sasha may have been feeling at the time, because it for all these years it has always been Inesh and Sasha K. And Sasha K for the past several years has been a little wishy-washy. And he gets Tim Scold and breathes some new life into the KMFDM sound. And I can almost see that being a thing with Inesh, being like, oh, well, you're bringing this new guy in here. What am I here for? So I almost feel very much like Adios might be sort of directed toward Inesh. It might not be, but you giving the fact of what we know, you can't help but sort of draw those comparisons and parallels. But yeah, Today, a really good emotional track. It's gone today, and whatever. But Witness with the UFO stuff. I love Witness with whoever is singing that track, Nina Hagen. I love her vocals on that track. The spaceship has come to take us away. It's so good. And Are You Okay? I like That's All, like you said. Another great Ogre track. Cause I love Ogre. I love Skinny Puppy. Big Ogre fan. That's always really cool. Full Worm Garden is cool. But a little slow, which for an album of complete bangers, it's okay to have, a couple slow tracks. And then I love Barrett and I love Rubicon. This is a great fucking album. And I would have hated to be following this band from, since the '80s, and I'd have been upset to be like, damn, this is gonna be the last KMFDM. But
Yeah, to me, it feel like there'd be no way, you know. People
yeah,
like rumor and gossip, oh, this is their last album, oh, they don't want to do it anymore. But then they just come back and they throw it in everybody's faces that they're not gonna stop, they're not gonna give up.
yeah. Because KMFDM many times have said KMFDM will never stop. um, and so what's crazy? Well, not crazy, but I mean it's the obvious sort of continuation. Is they just do a new album and they put the letters in reverse as MDFMK. And that, weirdly enough, we've talked about how since the beginning KMFDM has sort of been a revolving door of musicians while Sasha and Inesh are the main force. Well, after Adios, things sort of change up. There's a little structural change there, and it becomes a revolving door, but Lucia and Sasha K become the main force, which we'll definitely be getting into a lot more than the next time we do this. But what are your... Do you have anything else to say about Adios? And what is your rating?
For Adios, trying to recall when I first heard it. Actually, I think I first got around, when I got around to Adios, I was in my last year of high school, so it only seemed so fitting to get around that album towards the end of towards the end of high school for me. And it does feel emotional, especially the song Today. The song, it's so emotional. You can tell that, like, sometimes when I listen to it, I kind of forget that was their final album at the time.
Yeah.
But then I look at the album cover and I realize that it says Adios. So, okay, you know.
Yeah.
You wonder why there's all this emotion spewed out on a KMFDM album. I was like, well, duh, it's called Adios. They're saying farewell to each other. I do dig, the songs I dig the most are DIY, That's All. Yeah, sometimes Full Warm Garden, but I really do like That's All. That's a cool song.
Yeah.
I'm a big Ogre fan too.
Yeah, love Ogre. Ogre's a cool fucking guy. So, what do you rate Adios?
Adios. At some point, I kind of feel like it kind of drags. I think I want to give it like a 7.
I can feel that. I can feel that. I definitely totally get what you mean by it kind of drags. Because it's weird. There are parts where you think it kind of drags, but then after it drags, it kind of comes back real hard. And I think one of the things is the songs are pretty long on this album.
Yeah.
Like, a majority of them are over 5 minutes, while Witness is almost 7.5 minutes. I mean, 7.5 minutes to talk about a UFO coming to get you? I mean, damn. But, yeah, I totally get that. And a 7, you know what? I can give it a 7 too. It's weird because you and I, like, what you said, that it's hard to believe that this was their final album at the time. And because I was feeling the same way, because I was aware of this band before the breakup, but I didn't start diving in until after the breakup. And so Adios to me wasn't a final album, it was just the album before the next. And, but if you put it in that context of it being a possible final album, damn, they kind of went out on a bang with some really good shit. And I mean, there's a lot of bangers on here. I like the more electro vibe this album has. There's not a lot of guitar heavy stuff. Like, it's very synth heavy, very beat heavy. And I mean, just the orchestral pounds from DIY alone really do it for me. Are you there? Hello? Oh, reconnect. There's a poor connection. I am sorry, people. Let me give you guys a sad disclaimer that for some reason Nikki and I have a horrible connection. And I'm going to recall her again. And we're going to see what happens. Here she comes. Maybe she'll answer.
Hello?
What is up, Nikki?
Yeah, sorry about that. My computer died.
Oh no, you're totally good. You're totally good. There's no problem at all. But yeah, definitely a 7. It's a really good album, and but I don't think I like it as much as Symbols and some of the previous ones. But we are at the point where the podcast is ending. Isn't that crazy, Nikki?
Yeah, I know.
Right? I actually did not expect it to take this long. It is so weird because my usual guys, my brother Zach and my buddy Josh, we can do a full discography in about an hour and a half. But whenever I do one sort of one-on-one with somebody, it's always long, and I like that. I like going deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel.
I like going deep. And that is definitely the reason I had hit you up and asked you to be a part of this podcast. Because there's so much to talk about with KMFDM, and there's nobody else I know that can do that except for you. And damn, I can't wait. I really cannot wait to get on the next podcast with you. It has been incredibly fun. You're a really cool freaking person. And you know what else I would like to do? Hear me out.
Yep.
we did a new metal podcast a couple weeks ago, or a couple months ago really, where we just talked about new metal for about an hour and a half. And I've been wanting to do more sort of genre discussions. Would you be totally cool in doing a full-on, just industrial metal conversation?
I'm sorry. My phone's dying.
Would you like to do a full-on industrial metal podcast where we just talk about the genre, shoot the shit on the genre for a couple hours? Oh my God, we're losing her again. I'm sorry, people. We're at the end. We are at the end, and we are losing Nikki. Okay, calling back. We're gonna see what happens. Okay, alright, we're gonna try again, people. We're gonna try again. There he is, she's calling me. Yo!
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. All of my electronics are dying.
You're totally good. It happens. It's the way of the world. But, would you like to do later on down the line, a full-on discussion about industrial and industrial metal?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right on. So, right now we have planned a part 2 for the KMFDM Retrospective, a top 10 KMFDM albums, and a industrial music discussion. That is freaking awesome. Where can we find you on the internet as far as your art goes? Your SoundCloud. How can people find you on SoundCloud, Nikki?
Just look me up on soundcloud.com/Nikky Virus. That's Nikky Virus. And I'm on Instagram. My profile is private, but I'd be happy to let you guys follow me.
Right on.
On Twitter, Facebook, I'm all over the place.
Right on. And you guys can always... Go ahead. What were you saying?
To find.
Awesome. And you guys can always find us on horrorphilia.com for the podcasts. And you can see our podcasts, music videos, and album reviews on the YouTube channel under Bloody Chuckle Studios. And you can use that as well on the Instagram, Bloody Chuckle Studios. But it's boring. It's pretentious pictures of the CDs I buy. You're not interested in that, people. I'm sorry. But we're going to come back with you guys soon with part 2 of the KMFDM Retrospective. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we'll see you later.